Chapter 4766. Linny cried out with an aggrieved expression. I've already tolerated it time and time again. Why do you still have to force me? Is it really true that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Although I'm only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, I definitely won't lower my head to evil forces. We were just having a good meal, and you actually came over to flip our table. Ren Zhongyuan, aren't you too arrogant? Huh. Ren Zhongyuan watched Lin Yi's performance, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Just by looking at Lin Yi's aggrieved expression, he really wanted to flip his table for himself. What the fuck was going on? The others didn't react, and only Hu Yudi and Ning Shuafei were secretly laughing, because they saw Lu Ziyu walking over at this moment from the corner of their eyes. What's wrong? What's with all this ruckus? Lu Ziyu questioned with a dignified expression. Actually, with Lu Ziyu's strength, even if she wasn't present, she could still clearly understand the situation just now. Now that she saw Lin Yi's serious acting, she almost laughed out loud. However, she also knew that Lin Yi was creating an opportunity for her to teach Ren Zhongyuan and his group a lesson. This group of people was becoming more and more unbridled, and even looked down on her. It was time to teach them a lesson. Vice Dean Lu, we were having a good meal here, and then he came over and flipped the table, intentionally making things difficult for us. I don't care, but Fei Fei is the princess of West Island, and this matter concerns the reputation of West Island. We can't just let it go like this. Lin Yi didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all, and immediately took advantage of the situation to accuse them. There's actually such a thing? Lu Ziyu instantly frowned, and her imposing manner pressed down on the heads of Ren Zhongyuan and his group. She said in an unfriendly tone, Ren Zhongyuan, even if this ship was temporarily borrowed by your father through his connections, it's now carrying the East Continent's diplomatic group, and represents all the yellow stage academies in our East Continent. It doesn't belong to your family alone. I hope you're clear about this. The corners of Ren Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, and he immediately wanted to retort, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and interrupted him before he could finish a word. I've seen bold people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so stupid. How dare you flip Fei Fei's table? What do you mean? Do you want to take the opportunity to sow discord between our Dongzhou and West Island? Or are you going to declare war on West Island on behalf of your Ren family? Lu Ziyu looked at him coldly. Ren Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Yi, who was still pretending to be wronged, and his face turned pale with anger. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He wanted nothing more than to tear this bastard to shreds on the spot. However, faced with Lu Ziyu's scolding, he could not say a single word, and did not even dare to retort. He couldn't afford to destroy the relationship between East Island and West Island. As for the declaration of war between the Ren family and West Island, it was even more nonsense. Even if the Ren family had some capital, compared with a giant like West Island, it was just an ant at the foot of an elephant. They were not on the same level at all. Aren't you going back to reflect on your mistakes? Do you really want things to get out of hand? Lu Ziyu snorted coldly and warned. Remember, don't do it again. If you do it again, you don't need to alert West Island, and I'll be the first to punish you. After all, she was a giant of Dongzhou College. Ren Zhongyuan, an expert in the fulfillment of the nascent soul realm, could only be oppressed in front of her aura. He could only take his people away with a belly full of anger. He could also see that Lu Ziyu and Lin Yi were in cahoots. If he continued to fight, not only would he not get any benefits, he might even be beaten up more severely. Then he would suffer a great loss. Before leaving, Ren Zhongyuan gave Lin Yi a hateful look. His eyes were full of resentment. What happened today? It was not over. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's embarrassed look like a drowned rat, and then looking at Lin Yi's aggrieved look, Hu Yudi was speechless for a while, and then she laughed and said, Your acting skills are not bad. I didn't know you were so bad before. Bad? I just did what he wanted to do. Lin Yi pinched his nose and chuckled. Come on, I can see it now. He did want to fight just now, but he probably didn't think of flipping the table. After all, we're all sitting here. No matter how brave he is, he wouldn't dare to flip Fei Fei's table. He shouldn't be that stupid. Hu Yudi shook her head. If Ren Zhongyuan really dared to do that, I wouldn't just scold him and be done with it. I would do it for real. Lu Ziyu looked at Lin Yi's innocent expression and couldn't help laughing. I really couldn't tell that you actually have such a bad side. Hearing that, Lin Yi was about to clear his name, but Ning Xuefei, who was at the side, had already rushed to expose. Aunt Lu, Sister Hua, don't be fooled by his appearance. Don't think that he's usually good, but he might actually be a liar. When I first met him in the northernmost island, he cheated hundreds of thousands of spirit jades from others. Is that so? Fei, quickly tell us how Lin Yi cheated people. You haven't told me about the northernmost island yet. Hua Yudi's interest was instantly piqued. She pulled Ning Xuefei to another table and urged her. Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless, especially when he saw that even Lu Ziyu revealed an interested expression. He instantly didn't know what to say. As expected, there was no difference in the size of a person's appetite for gossip. Even the Academy's big shots were no exception. He wondered if Ning Shangling, the West Island's island lord, was the same on this side. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely. On the other side, Ren Zhongyuan, who was retreating in a sorry state, became angrier the more he thought about it. He didn't know how many things he had smashed along the way. He originally thought that once he arrived on the ship, it would be his territory, and he could do whatever he wanted with everything. For trash like Lin Yi, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would be made a fool of the moment he arrived and end up with his face covered in dirt. This won't do. If we don't quickly think of a way to get back at him, it will only make that brat more and more arrogant. It doesn't matter much to us, but Brother Ran, you're in trouble. Otherwise, if this drags on for too long, Hua Yudi might really be seduced by that brat. Yi Xiaotian looked at Ren Zhongyuan's sorry state and said with a frown, I already said that Hua Yudi is a little slut. She knows that he is the West Island's prince consort, but she will probably shamelessly go up to him. In that case, senior brother Ren, you won't have a chance. Can you bear with this? Yao Jelly added oil to the fire. Nonsense, of course I can't bear it. Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, when he thought of Lu Ziyu's warning just now, he felt a little uncertain. He said helplessly, but Lu Ziyu, that old woman, is obviously protecting him. If we do it openly, she might really take the opportunity to flip out. No one can predict what the consequences will be. Chapter 4767. Brother Ren, if we can't do it in the open, we can do it in the dark. Can't we think of a way to get back at him? At this time, Li Yuzhou interrupted cautiously. He and Sun Baolu's knees were injured by Lin Yi, and they still couldn't stand up until now. They could only crawl on the ground with their hands. If they brought a bowl, they could go out and beg for food. They hated Lin Yi to the core. Yes, let's give him a taste of his own medicine. We can also make him suffer in silence. Sun Baolu echoed. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine? How? Can you think of a way for me? Ren Zhongyuan glanced at the two impatiently and frowned. This matter must not be delayed. If we reach the East Continent, we don't know which college that kid and Ning Xuefei will go to. At that time, it will be too late to deal with him. We must act before he gets off the ship. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu suddenly looked at each other. This kind of thing was easy to say, but to really think of a reasonable and feasible idea, it was really not something that could be thought of in a short time. Isn't it just empty slander? In my opinion, this matter is actually not difficult. Brother Ren, have you forgotten that the disciples of the East Continent have to work on the ship in shifts? Even we are no exception. Although that kid has the title of West Island's son-in-law, he definitely can't make an exception. After all, he is going to the East Continent College to study, so naturally, he has to follow our East Continent's rules. Yi Xiaotian pinched his chin and said, yes, as long as he works on shifts, we have a chance to frame him and let him taste the feeling of being unable to explain himself. Ren Zhongyuan clapped his hands excitedly. So Brother Ren, you have already thought of what to do? Yi Xiaotian asked with interest. Yes, you guys just wait and watch the show. This time, I must force this West Island son-in-law to a dead end. Killing intent flashed in Ren Zhongyuan's eyes. Although he did not dare to act openly due to Lu Ziyu's intimidation, as long as he could make Lin Yi unable to explain himself, even Lu Ziyu would not be able to protect him. The next day, just as Ren Zhongyuan and the rest had expected, all the East Continent disciples, including Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei, were assigned to work in shifts. Ning Xuefei's task was to follow Huiyudi and the rest to clean the deck. As for Lin Yi, he was assigned to the canteen, where he was responsible for putting all kinds of delicacies into the immortal stone jade pool. This kind of task was purely to run errands. Anyway, there was nothing special about the place where the food was placed. As long as it could be reached, it was fine. It was neither laborious nor difficult. With just the strength of one person, Lin Yi easily finished the task in a short while. During lunchtime, the East Continent disciples came to the canteen in groups of 3 to 5. Naturally, Lin Yi was with Huiyudi, Ning Xuefei, and the rest. Along the way, he passed by Ren Zhongyuan and the rest. However, what surprised him was that this guy only glanced at him coldly and did not come over to look for trouble. Could it be that he was really frightened by Lu Ziyu's words? But what did that sinister smile at the corner of his mouth mean? Lin Yi shook his head in confusion. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. 4 hours later, Lin Yi's bad premonition finally became reality. All the East Continent disciples had been poisoned. The symptoms were very strange. There was only a faintly discernible poisonous gas wandering around the meridians in their bodies. Other than that, there was nothing special. At first glance, everyone looked very normal. Even the circulation of vital qi was unimpeded. The only thing was that this poisonous gas was difficult to expel from the body no matter what method was used. If that was all, it would still be fine. The problem was that this poisonous gas would suddenly invade their heart meridians at some point in time, and once their heart meridians were invaded by the poisonous gas, they would not be far from death. All the East Continent disciples were gathered together, looking at each other worriedly. In these 4 hours, there were already 3 disciples whose heart meridians had been damaged, and it was Lu Ziyu who had barely managed to preserve their last breaths. Now their lives were on the line, and there was a possibility that they would breathe their last at any moment. If they did not think of a way to get rid of the poisonous gas in their bodies as soon as possible, the others would suffer the same fate sooner or later. Perhaps all the East Continent disciples on the ship would lose their lives. Among everyone, only Lin Yi was not affected. He had a physique that was immune to all poisons, and it was very difficult for ordinary poisons to have any effect on him. However, the others did not know this, and thought that he had been poisoned as well. After all, even a big shot of the academy like Lu Ziyu had not been spared. The intensity of the poison was no small matter. For a moment, the atmosphere on the ship was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at each other and keeping their guard up against each other. With such a large-scale poisoning incident happening suddenly, it was definitely impossible to say that there was no one behind it. Vice Headmaster Lu, I believe that there must be the true culprit behind this incident. Only by quickly finding him will we be able to get the antidote. Ren Zhongyuan immediately jumped out and said. The others nodded as well, all of them shouting loudly to catch the true culprit. This matter concerned their lives, so there was no room for hesitation or delay. You have a clue? Lu Ziyu looked at him with a slight frown. This matter had been very strange from the start, making him feel baffled. If there was really someone who had intentionally poisoned them, then how did he operate it and what were his intentions? If he had really wanted to poison them to death, he could have chosen a stronger poison, and would not have given everyone the time to react like this. Even if they could not get rid of the poison, this bit of time was completely enough for them to find the true culprit. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Thinking about it carefully, there was something indescribably fishy about every part of the incident. However, the crowd was very agitated now, and if this dragged on, the situation might very well go out of control. When that time came, it would really get out of hand. Lu Ziyu could only first declare that he wanted to find the true culprit behind the scenes. Only then would he be able to pacify the crowd. Yes. Ren Zhongyuan's resolute reply immediately roused everyone's spirits. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, pretending to be suspicious before he slowly said, Earlier, I discovered that only our East Continent's disciples were poisoned, while all the crew members were safe and sound. Doesn't everyone feel that this is the most obvious clue? What do you mean? Those with slower reactions had not understood, but Yi Xiaotian, who was at the side, smacked his head and said, What Brother Ren means is that the culprit poisoned our food. Chapter 4768. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Although they had no idea why the culprit would do such a thing, It was the only logical way for the culprit to target all the disciples of the East Continent. You mean the culprits are those chefs? Lu Ziyu narrowed her eyes. She still felt that something was wrong. But since so many people agreed, she could only follow their train of thought and continue asking. It's possible, but the possibility is very small. They are all top-notch experts of the Heavenly Island. Poisoning their food is worse than killing them. Not to mention that their families are in the Eastern Continent College. There is no reason for them to do so. Ren Zhongyuan pinched his chin and analyzed objectively. That's right. They have little contact with us East Continent disciples. They shouldn't have the motive. Besides, if they really had the intention, they could have done it on the way to West Island. Why wait until now? Yi Xiaotian echoed. Looking at the two of them echoing each other coldly, Lin Yi could roughly guess what was going on. They had led the other's train of thought into their rhythm. Next, they would probably target him. In that case, who is it? Other people can't enter the kitchen without permission, so there shouldn't be a chance to poison the food. Lu Ziyu shook her head. The kitchen was not a place that could be easily sneaked in. No, the rest of us really don't have the chance to poison the food. Only one person meets this condition, and that is the person responsible for moving the food today. As long as we catch this person, all the problems will naturally be solved. Ren Zhongyuan revealed his fox's tail as expected. The person who moved the food today? Lu Ziyu frowned slightly. The rotation of work was arranged by special disciples. She really didn't know the specific division of labor. She immediately looked at the disciple and asked, "Who is it?" The disciple took out the name list and glanced at it. His expression changed and he said, "It's Lin Yi." In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi. They were shocked and angry. These people didn't know Lin Yi and had no enmity with him. Who would have thought that this guy would deliberately poison people as soon as he got on the boat? Lin Yi? How could it be Lin Yi? Lu Ziyu was also shocked. She felt that something was wrong from the beginning, and now it was true. That's right, it's him. I saw him moving food before. Very soon, a disciple stood out to testify. Yes, I saw it too. Many other disciples chimed in. This matter was not a secret to begin with, and more than half of the East Continent disciples present had seen the scene of Lin Yi carrying the food. The crowd was agitated, and Lin Yi suddenly became the target of public criticism. He was instantly pushed to the opposite side of everyone. Under the threat of death, they could only grab onto this life-saving straw. Only by locking onto Lin Yi, the real culprit, could they get the antidote. Humph, what a wild ambition. We were kind enough to give you a lift, but not only are you not grateful, you want to poison all of us to death. What are your intentions? Ren Zhongyuan looked at Lin Yi coldly, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a strange curve, as if his scheme had succeeded. There's no need to waste words with this scum. Hurry up and capture him to force out the antidote. We can't afford to delay any longer. What do you say, Deputy Dean Liu? Yi Xiaotian encouraged the crowd. Yes, capture the real culprit and execute him. Hurry up and force out the antidote. Everyone was anxious as expected. Anyone who discovered that there was a poison gas like a ticking time bomb in their body would probably find it hard to maintain their rationality. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be in a difficult position. She obviously didn't believe that it was Lin Yi who poisoned them, but now the situation was out of control. If she didn't do something, it would be hard to say what would happen next. Deputy Dean Liu, don't tell me you still want to protect him at this time? You are the leader of our East Continent's diplomatic mission. Don't tell me you really intend to disregard the lives of so many people? Are you determined to associate with this kind of wild ambition scum? Ren Zhongyuan sneered when he saw this. Yesterday, not only Lin Yi made a fool of him, but this old woman was also an accomplice. Of course, he had to make things difficult for her. Today, he had to force her to personally take action against Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu glared at him, but she couldn't directly refute at this time. Otherwise, so many East Continent disciples would really explode. To a certain extent, she had already been held hostage by public opinion. Even if she raised all kinds of doubts, it would only make everyone think that she was protecting Lin Yi, which would aggravate everyone's dissatisfaction. Wait. At this time, Huayudi stood out and looked at Ren Zhongyuan coldly. You said that Lin Yi is the real culprit, but what about the motive? He has no enmity with so many of us, why would he poison us? That's right. Linny is our West Island son-in-law. You guys are framing him without any evidence. Do you really think our West Island is easy to bully? Ning Shuefei spoke up at the same time. Although her strength wasn't great, her status was there. She had been influenced by Ning Shangling since she was young. At this moment she really had the aura of a superior. When everyone heard this, they instantly flinched. They weren't stupid. Lu Ziyu could see that there were many doubtful points in this, and so could they. They were so agitated purely to save trouble. If Lin Yi happened to be the real culprit, then they could directly get the antidote. If they couldn't get it, at most they would just wrongly accuse Lin Yi. As for whether Lin Yi was dead or not, it didn't matter to them at all. But now, facing Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei's attack, they didn't dare to be the first to speak up. Once they wrongly accused Lin Yi, they would have to pay the price. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Ren Zhongyuan again. The motive is very simple. Didn't you guys say that I flipped his table yesterday? Humph. Then he must be harboring hatred in his heart. His strength is much weaker than mine, so he can only use despicable tricks like poisoning. Now what else do you guys have to say? Ren Zhongyuan retorted with a cold smile. Ridiculous. Even if Lin Yi really wanted to take revenge on you, he only needed to poison you. Why did he have to make things so big and poison everyone? Isn't that asking for trouble? Hui Yudi questioned. That's right. Our Lin Yi isn't as stupid as some people. He didn't use such a low-level framing trick. There's no technical content at all. Ning Shuefei curled her lips and said, Chapter 4769. Aren't you framing me? I'll fucking kill you. More than half of the East Continent's disciples on this ship are my people, and they're naturally on my side. Even if it's a false testimony, I can force you to die, haha. Sophistry. Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei were so angry that their faces turned red when they heard these words. Only Lin Yi himself, who was the person involved, was calm and unperturbed, without any signs of panic. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his heart. Junior Sister Yudi and young Miss Ning, I advise you to stay away from this despicable person. Otherwise, you won't even know when you'll be killed by him. Who knows, you might even be helping him count the spirit jades after being sold by him. Ren Zhongyuan sneered. Vice Dean Lu, you've already said it like this. Isn't it inappropriate for you to drag it on and not state your position? Could it be that you're really determined to protect this brat? Yi Xiaotian seized the opportunity to force her to abdicate. He and Ren Zhongyuan had obviously discussed this beforehand. One was responsible for targeting Lin Yi, while the other would not give Lu Ziyu a chance to react, attacking from both sides. Right. Regardless of whether or not this kid is the real culprit behind the poisoning, as long as we capture him and use the soul-searching technique on him, it will be fine. The lives of so many of us in Vice Dean Lu's heart, could it be that they are not as important as a single kid? The others echoed in unison. Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei were instantly anxious. The soul-searching technique caused irreparable damage to one's divine sense. Even if one reached the nascent soul stage, the soul-searching technique would cause great damage to one's vitality, and they might not be able to recover even after tens of years. These people clearly wanted to destroy Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be in a dilemma. These people had been incited by Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian, and even with her authority, it was very difficult to suppress them. This matter was really troublesome. However, at this moment Lin Yi finally stood up. He still had a calm look on his face as he looked at Ren Zhongyuan and said, You insist that I'm the one who poisoned them. Other than your own mind full of wild imaginations, do you have any substantial evidence? I remember that we have to check our belongings before boarding the ship. But now we have poisoned the ship on such a large scale. I want to ask, how did you manage to smuggle so much poison on board without anyone knowing? His words rendered everyone speechless. Poisoning required poison, but to say that so many poisons could be casually brought up was an insult to everyone's intelligence. This was a top-notch ancient warship. Anyone who boarded the ship would not only have to be inspected by the crew, but they would also have to go through a special detection array. Under such tight security, it was basically impossible to sneak across the sea without being noticed. This was indeed unjustifiable. You can hide this from others, but unfortunately, you can't hide it from me. Ren Zhongyuan, on the other hand, had a card up his sleeve. He looked at Lin proudly and grinned coldly. You still don't know, but my father is not only a 7th-grade alchemist, but he is also a famous pharmacist in the East Continent. Unfortunately, I happened to learn a little from him. Oh. Lin raised his eyebrows non-committally. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed very difficult to smuggle poison on board. But I have just carefully studied everyone's symptoms of poisoning, and discovered that it coincides with a strange poison from the legends. The name of this poison is heart-piercing anemone, Ren Zhongyuan said confidently. Heart-piercing anemone? This is a poison from the sea? Lu Ziyu was instantly shocked. That's right. This kind of heart-piercing anemone is very common in the sea. However, very few people go into the sea, so they don't know much about this thing. Only a very few medicinal scriptures have records of it, and I just happened to see it in my father's study. Ren Zhongyuan smiled proudly, looked at Lin and said, So you don't need to bring poison with you at all. You only need to catch some heart-piercing anemone from the sea when everyone is unprepared. Then grind it into powder and put it in their food. This thing dissolves when it comes into contact with water, and it is colorless and tasteless. No one will notice it at all. This deduction sounded reasonable and well-founded, but he was actually exposing what he had done in front of everyone. He was just putting the blame on Lin. Heart-piercing anemone was his unique method. If he didn't say it himself, not many people would know about this poison. After all, the sea was the territory of the sea beasts. No matter how amazing an apothecary was, it would be very difficult for them to come into contact with the sea creatures, let alone carefully study them. After hearing this, everyone came to a realization, and they looked at Ren Zhongyuan with gazes of worship. As for Lin, his identity as the real culprit had been indirectly confirmed. Out of everyone present, only he had the conditions and opportunity to poison the sea creatures. No matter what, this guy was the #1 suspect. There was no way he could escape this point. That still doesn't prove that it was Lin who poisoned it. You know so much about it. Who knows if you were the one who fished up the heart-piercing anemone to frame Lin? Ning Xuefei refuted without hesitation. That's right. From beginning to end, it's all your words. None of us know about the heart-piercing anemone, and only you know about it. Doesn't that mean that you are also the biggest suspect of poisoning it? Huiyuti said coldly. Junior apprentice Sister Yudi, don't be blinded by this despicable person. As the old saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Between me and him, who is more suspicious of the poisoning, I believe everyone here can see clearly. Ren Zhongyuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. He suddenly turned to everyone and said, Me and Lin, who do you think it is? Lin. Of course it's Lin. More than half of the East Continent's disciples here had to act according to his instructions. At this time it was obvious who to choose. Huiyuti and Ning Xuefei were secretly anxious. If this went on, these people would force Lin to use the soul-searching art on him again. At this time, Lu Ziyu waved her hand at everyone and finally expressed her stance. Lin is indeed suspected of poisoning the heart-piercing anemone. However, before I find the evidence, I will only put him under surveillance. If the two of you want to make a move on the West Island's prince consort, feel free to give it a try. Her words made Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian, who had deliberately created this scene, speechless. Fuck, this old woman was too much of a hindrance. However, cursing silently was one thing. Lu Ziyu's absolute strength was there for all to see. If they dared to jump out at this time, they would only be cannon fodder. No one was a fool. Everyone could only choose to shut up resentfully. Very well. Since all of you feel that we can't act rashly, then properly think of a way to cure the poison. As for the matter of investigating the truth, we'll talk about it after. Without any conclusive evidence and only relying on wrangling like this, everyone might as well just wait for death. Lu Ziyu's tone was extremely unyielding. Lin looked at Lu Ziyu a little astonished. He had not had much contact with this big shot of the academy before, especially after the incident where she forced Huiyuti and Ren Zhongyuan to make a deal. His impression of her was not very good, but now it had changed. Chapter 4770. As for when the crowd's anger subsided, they would split up and target Ren Zhongyuan and Lu Ziyu so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly, and in the blink of an eye, the scene of a group attack would disappear. Ren Zhongyun was extremely unwilling, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't continue to incite the crowd to target Lin Yi. If he really angered Lu Ziyu, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences either. Deputy Dean Lu, I can't do anything about it. However, if I can detoxify everyone, you can't possibly continue to protect this kid, right? The poisoning must be investigated to the end. Ren Zhongyuan immediately bargained. You can detoxify? Lu Ziyu glanced at him. That's right. Don't forget that I'm a 5th grade alchemist. Since it's confirmed that it's the heart-piercing sea anemone's poison, I have a way to refine an antidote. As long as everyone takes it, they'll naturally be safe and sound. Ren Zhongyuan said proudly. Once he said this, everyone instantly became excited again. All of them looked at Ren Zhongyuan with fervent gazes. As long as he could refine an antidote, it would be equivalent to saving all of their lives. Then how many can you refine? Lu Ziyu asked with a frown. This antidote is slightly complicated, but there are various materials stored on the ship. I can refine one in 2 hours. Ren Zhongyuan still had a smug look on his face. The heart-piercing sea anemone's poison was not low, and the corresponding antidote had reached the 5th grade. For him to be able to refine one in 2 hours was already a very shocking speed. 1 in 2 hours? Then how long can so many people last? Lu Ziyu instantly frowned. There were close to 100 disciples from the East Continent present. Wouldn't Ren Zhongyuan have to wait for 100 hours? And this was on the condition that he didn't sleep or rest. Now only 4 hours had passed, and there were already 3 people who couldn't hold on any longer. Not to mention 100 hours, looking at the way things were going, it wouldn't even take 20 hours for everyone to die. This. Ren Zhongyuan was stunned. Previously, he had been thinking of framing Lin Yi, thinking that after he killed Lin Yi, he would stand up and detoxify the poison. However, he had neglected this crucial point. How was he going to detoxify the poison of so many people? At this moment, the faces of everyone present instantly turned deathly pale. It wasn't easy for them to grab onto the last life-saving straw, but in the end it was really just a straw. It couldn't save their lives at all. If this went on, wouldn't they only be waiting for death? Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's dumbfounded expression, Lu Ziyu, who had been holding on to a bit of hope, was completely speechless. They had already left the West Island for more than a day, and it was too late for them to return now. This was really a big deal. With Lu Ziyu's strength, he was confident that he could suppress the poisonous gas, but the others could not. The longer this dragged on, the more disciples from the East Continent would be affected by the poison. By then, there would definitely be large groups of people dying. With so many people dying at once, Lu Ziyu would be too ashamed to answer to the various academies in the East Continent after he returned. With such a big stain on him, it would basically be impossible for him to be entrusted with any important tasks in the future. Everyone sighed, and the already depressing atmosphere became filled with despair. Lu Ziyu's expression also became grim. Once people were forced into a corner, they would be able to do anything. Once someone took the risk out of desperation, it would be impossible for the matter today to end peacefully. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you let me give it a try?" What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ren Zhongyuan looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot and sneered in disdain. Give it a try? Do you know what you're saying? My detoxification pill is a 5th grade medicinal pill. What are you going to use to try it? Don't tell me you're also a 5th grade alchemist? 5th grade alchemist? Then I'm really not one. Lin Yi shook his head calmly. However, before Ren Zhongyuan could let out a complacent laugh, he said in a calm tone, "But if it's just a 5th grade medicinal pill, I can refine 100 of them in 2 hours. It shouldn't be difficult for me to detoxify everyone." The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Being able to refine 100 5th grade medicinal pills in 2 hours, what exactly was this guy's background? After being stunned for a moment, Ren Zhongyuan pointed at Lin Yi's nose and stomped his feet, shouting, "Impossible! You're freaking spouting nonsense. Refining 100 5th grade medicinal pills in 2 hours, even a 7th grade alchemist like my father can't do it. Do you think you're a god? You're really daydreaming. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Anyway, everyone doesn't have a choice. It's like trying everything in a hopeless situation. What's the harm in letting me try? Who knows, I might really succeed. Linny smiled unconcernedly. The others didn't think much of it, but Lu Ziyu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Out of everyone present, only she, Hua Yudi, and Ning Shuefei knew Lin Yi's background. This guy was an amazing person who could refine 8 profound thunder pills in a day. Although refining 100 5th-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours sounded very exaggerated, to Lin Yi, it might not really be impossible. Even if he couldn't do it, it was still better than Ren Zhongyuan, who could only refine 1 pill in 2 hours. Only if Lin Yi came out to help, the many East Continent disciples present would have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they could only sit there and wait for death. Since that's the case, then the 2 of you will refine as many pills as you can. Everyone's lives are in the hands of the 2 of you, so you must do your best. Lu Ziyu immediately decided. Lin Yi naturally had no objections to this, while Ren Zhongyuan looked at him coldly. Today, because of Lu Ziyu's protection, he couldn't kill this brat. However, since things had developed to this point, it wasn't like he couldn't make use of it. His eyes turning, Ren Zhongyuan ordered someone to bring over a pen and paper. He wrote down some ingredients on it in a flamboyant manner and said coldly to Lin Yi, "I don't care what you're planning, brat, but since things have developed to this point, I won't say anything else. This is the antidote pill formula." Lin Yi stretched out his hand to receive it. Although antidote pills generally had a general template, there was no absolute omnipotent antidote pill in this world. If one wanted to truly detoxify the poison, they had to find the right medicine for the illness. In the past, Lin Yi had never even heard of the heart-piercing anemone. If he wanted to refine the antidote, he could only rely on the pill formula Ren Zhongyuan provided. However, Ren Zhongyuan suddenly took back the pill formula and snorted coldly. "This is a 5th-grade pill formula, something that can't even be bought in the market. You want to take it away so casually? Don't you know how to behave yourself?" Lu Ziyu was about to speak, but he was stopped by Lin Yi's gaze. He looked at Ren Zhongyuan calmly and said, "Then what do you want? Don't tell me you want me to fork out spirit jades to buy it?" Chapter 4771. What's the condition? Lin Yi asked indifferently. "It's very simple. Didn't you say that you could refine 100 pills in 2 hours? Then let's have a competition. We'll set a time limit of 2 hours. I'll refine 1 and you'll refine 100. Whoever can't do it will never be able to meet junior sister Yudi again. How about it? Do you dare to compete?" Ren Zhongyuan sneered. He didn't believe that Lin Yi could refine 100 pills in 2 hours even if he was beaten to death. He could use this matter to force this kid to slap his own face. Your method of comparison is really weird. I'm glad you could say it." Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded immediately. "Fine, I've been kind since I was young. Then I'll satisfy your pretentious act for once. I'm just afraid that you won't admit it when the time comes." Humph, once a word is said, it can't be taken back. Ren Zhongyuan threw the pill formula to Lin Yi without another word, for fear that Lin Yi would go back on his word. No matter how he looked at it, the result was destined. Still not admitting it? Only a fool would not admit it. The others looked at each other. But Hua Yudi and Ning Shuefei didn't look worried for Lin Yi at all. They had seen Lin Yi refine pills with their own eyes. Regarding this matter, they were more confident than Lin Yi himself. "All right, everyone help prepare the materials and let Lin Yi and Ren Zhongyuan refine pills separately." Under Lu Ziyu's command, the group of East Continent disciples immediately volunteered to help the 2 of them. This matter concerned their lives. At this time, everyone wanted to be diligent and perform well. Otherwise, what if there were not enough antidote pills in the end and they fell behind? After returning to his room and asking someone to send the materials over, Lin Yi closed the door and officially began refining pills. Although it was his first time refining this kind of antidote pill, this mere 5th-grade pill was really not difficult for the current Lin Yi. Moreover, the godly pesticide cauldron had just been upgraded by Han Jingjing. Refining grade 5 pills was a piece of cake for her, especially now that she could refine a large number of pills. In the past, she could only put in 10 sets of ingredients at a time. Now she could put in 30 sets at a time. Everyone waited nervously. In less than 2 hours, there was no movement from Ren Zhongyuan's side. But Lin Yi had already pushed open the door and left. "How is it?" Lu Ziyu hurriedly went up to greet him personally. When she thought of the wager between Lin Yi and Ren Zhongyuan earlier, she felt a little nervous. Earlier, she really shouldn't have had so many reservations and should have directly stepped forward to reject this wager. After all, if Lin Yi didn't manage to refine 100 pills, what would happen if he really couldn't meet her disciple in the future? Lin Yi smiled, took out a rather large box and handed it to her. He said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. 120 pills should be enough to cure everyone's poison. You can take this and distribute it to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they suddenly burst into an uproar. All of them were overjoyed, and the gazes they used to look at Lin Yi were as if they were looking at a monster. In less than 2 hours, he had produced 125th grade pills. Was this guy really human? Without caring about anything else, everyone immediately snatched a detoxification pill and consumed it. After the medicinal effects were digested, they discovered that the faintly discernible poisonous qi in their bodies had indeed completely dissipated. This time, even their last bit of apprehension was instantly dispelled. All of them gathered around to express their gratitude to Lin Yi. Putting everything else aside, he had, after all, saved their lives. Previously, they cooperated with Ren Zhongyuan to squeeze Lin Yi. That was because they felt that Ren Zhongyuan was their backer, and Lin Yi was indeed suspected of poisoning them. But now, it seemed that Lin Yi's backer was more than 10,000 times thicker than Ren Zhongyuan's. Who cared about who poisoned them? This guy was at least a 5th-grade alchemist. With such a strong backer, if they didn't seize the opportunity to curry favor with him, they would definitely be fools. In the face of these East Continent disciples who were like grass on the fence, Lin Yi, Huoyuti, and Ning Xuefei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although the East Continent Academy was a gathering place for geniuses, no matter where it was, there would be no lack of such fence-sitters. If you were strong, they would be friends. If you were weak, they would be enemies. Only the weak would understand the hardships of survival. But this was also good. At least it was better than everyone supporting Ren Zhongyuan. Then, if Ren Zhongyuan wanted to fan the flames and let them target Lin Yi, it would not be as easy as just now. Of course, not everyone was a fence-sitter. The faces of people like Yi Xiaotian and Yao Jelly were really wonderful. After taking the antidote refined by Lin Yi, they felt like they had eaten a fly. They felt sullen in their hearts, but they had to pinch their noses and swallow it. After everyone had successfully detoxified the poison, after a while, Ren Zhongyuan pushed the door and walked out with bloodshot eyes. In the crowd, he saw Lin Yi at a glance, and his heart suddenly thumped. But when he saw that Lin Yi's hands were empty, he immediately raised his tail. "Haha, I said that you were pretending to be mysterious. 100 pills in 2 hours? Now you don't even have one. If I were you, I would have jumped into the sea and committed suicide. How would you still have the face to stand here? There is really no one who is as thick-skinned as you." Ren Zhongyuan seized the opportunity to ridicule. "Oh, then how about you? How many have you refined?" Lin Yi asked faintly. "Not more, not less, just one. I am a man of my word. Even if there is only one, it is much better than a liar like you who says 100 but can't take out one in the end." Ren Zhongyuan laughed proudly, raised the antidote pill high and said to the crowd, "Whoever wants this antidote pill, first come, first served. The next one will have to wait for another hour." Ren Zhongyuan thought that the moment he called out, everyone would rush over like a flock of ducks. Perhaps even Huoyuti would recognize his true colors and jump into his embrace. But in the end, it wasn't just Huoyuti that he had been thinking about all this time. Even the others weren't moved at all. At this moment, Ren Zhongyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was everyone looking at him with strange eyes? There was not the slightest excitement of seeing a life-saving straw. Instead, they felt like they were looking at an idiot. In particular, even the expressions of Yi Xiaotian and the others were abnormal. It was as if they were desperately trying to remind him of something. But he couldn't understand the specific meaning for a while. Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but be a little confused. What kind of situation was this? "Junior sister Yuti, I will make the decision to give this one to you first. I think you should understand my intention, right?" Although Ren Zhongyuan muttered in his heart, he still put on a look of infatuation and passed through the crowd. He wanted to personally give the antidote pill to Huoyuti and take the opportunity to get intimate with her. Chapter 4772. Impossible. Ren Zhongyuan instantly jumped up. The more experienced he was, the more he knew the difficulty of this. This kind of thing was impossible no matter how he thought about it. But when he carefully examined everyone, he discovered that it was just as Lu Ziyu said. These people were all safe and sound. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ren Zhongyuan was deeply affected, mumbling to himself as if he had gone mad. Just when everyone thought he was going to have a mental breakdown from the huge blow, this guy suddenly shouted, "Ah, I know the truth. It must be like this. It must be like this." Everyone looked at each other. I've said it before, refining 100 5th-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours, even a 7th-grade alchemist like my father can't do it, let alone this kid. He can take out 120 antidote pills at once. That can only mean one thing: he's long prepared these antidotes. Ren Zhongyuan hooted loudly. That's right, what Brethren said makes sense. He can do something that even a 7th-grade alchemist can't do. Doesn't everyone feel that this matter in itself is a huge loophole? Lin Yi, I think you've been outsmarted by your own cleverness this time, taking out the evidence on your own initiative. Yi Xiaotian immediately chimed in. The other East Continent disciples didn't join in the uproar. Since they'd already recognized that Lin Yi was a big shot, then they wouldn't rashly offend Lin Yi because of this kind of thing. After all, the poison had already been cured, and as for who the real culprit was, it really wasn't too important. Moreover, anyone with a bit of brain could see that there was something fishy about this. From the beginning to the end, the things that Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian said were all very far-fetched. They all had very obvious loopholes, but no one was willing to expose them face to face. However, there was still no lack of Ren Zhongyuan's underlings among the crowd, and they immediately hooted, strongly requesting Lu Ziyu to severely punish the real culprit. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but frown again. She thought that Lin Yi would be fine after he detoxified the poison for everyone, but she didn't expect this guy to be so sharp-tongued, and still not let go of Lin Yi. It was like a piece of dogskin plaster. The problem was that for those who didn't understand Lin Yi's strength, taking out 120 antidote pills in less than 2 hours was really a loophole. They couldn't let Lin Yi perform it again in front of everyone, right? For a moment, Lu Ziyu did not know how to defend Lin Yi. At this moment, he heard Lin Yi chuckle, looking at Ren Zhongyuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you stupid? Do you really think that other people's brains are as useless as yours? If I wanted to harm someone, would I need to go through so much trouble? Then how did you do it? Ren Zhongyuan sneered. In the face of absolute power, all the so-called plots and schemes were nonsense. If I really wanted to harm people, this would do. As Lin Yi spoke, his figure suddenly flickered, and he suddenly appeared beside Ren Zhongyuan. He stretched out his hand and lightly patted him. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly turned pale with fright. Lin Yi's speed was too fast and too sudden, and he didn't even have time to react. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, this kid didn't dare to kill people in front of them. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a big loss this time. However, before he could finish rejoicing, he shockingly discovered that there was actually an additional wave of extremely strange Jinqi in his body. It was rampaging back and forth in his acupoints and meridians. Although it was not that terrifyingly destructive, he still could not avoid extreme pain. This time Ren Zhongyuan could no longer endure it. In front of everyone, he rolled on the ground in pain, crying out loudly. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with even more awe. Just now, they thought that he was a super alchemist, but they didn't expect that the West Island's son-in-law was also so powerful. He clearly looked like he was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but he could easily play with Ren Zhongyuan in the palm of his hand. This was a consummate nascent soul expert, who had won a place in the Golden Stage Academy competition. Yi Xiaotian and the others were even more shocked. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan rolling on the ground without a care for his image, they were helpless. Not only did they not dare to step forward to help, but they were so scared that they kept retreating, not daring to take even half a step closer to Lin Yi. Look how simple it is. I don't have any enmity with the other people on this ship. Even if I wanted to do something, I would just kill you. Why would I need to go through so much trouble by poisoning everyone? Lin Yi said lightly. Ah, what did you do to me? Ren Zhongyuan screamed in pain, looking at Lin Yi, who was very close to him with a terrified expression. He could only look at the people around him with a pleading gaze. If this pain continued, even if there weren't any fatal injuries in his body, he would definitely have a mental breakdown. However, everyone didn't even dare to take a step closer, let alone have the ability to save him. The only one who had the ability, other than Linny himself, was probably Wuxia, the big shot of the academy. Unfortunately, Wuxia was currently filled with disgust towards him. As long as he didn't kill anyone, she wouldn't make a move to stop him at all. Instead, she felt very satisfied. This guy was getting more and more outrageous, and he should learn from his mistakes by suffering a bit. You're a pharmacist and an alchemist yourself, do you still need to ask me for such a small matter? Linny shook his head in amusement. Looking at Ran Zhongyuan rolling on the ground, he shrugged and spread his hands. Isn't your father a 7th-grade alchemist? Go back and get him to help you take a look. You won't die for a while anyway, and since your father is so awesome, he definitely has a way. Ran Zhongyuan was instantly infuriated. This time around he didn't manage to put on an act, and instead got himself killed. Originally, he could still put down his pride and ask Wuxia for help, but with Lin Yi's words, he was completely unable to say it. No matter how painful it was, he could only endure it himself. Seeing that Ran Zhongyuan was in so much pain that his face was pale, looking like he was exhaling more than he was inhaling, Wuxia started to feel a little worried. She couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Lin Yi. After all, if Ran Zhongyuan really died like this, it would be quite a big problem. Not only would she be punished, but the crucial point was that Lin Yi would also become the target of public criticism. The Ren clan's influence was really not to be underestimated. Lin Yi gave her a reassuring look. He had only given the other party a stream of 5 elements killing chi that didn't have any destructive power, and wouldn't cause any substantial fatal injuries. Of course, with the characteristics of 5 elements killing chi, having such a thing running around in one's body would definitely be extremely painful, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to endure it. Does everyone still feel that I'm the real culprit behind the poisoning? Lin Yi swept a glance at everyone present. Seeing that everyone had different expressions, he continued to speak calmly. Firstly, I'm the one responsible for transporting the food. This is indeed true, but since everyone has been poisoned by the heart-piercing sea anemone, it's a creature from the bottom of the sea, and I've never had the chance to go on a mission at sea before, so how could I have come into contact with it? Chapter 4773. Because of the ancient warship's array formation, any sea beast with a bit of strength and intelligence would flee far away, so there was no danger in going to the sea. One of the tasks of the shift workers was to go fishing in the sea. This was what it meant to rely on the sea to survive. Only the sea had the freshest and most abundant ingredients. Without special permission, no one could go to the sea without permission. As Lin Yi said, the prerequisite to fishing out a poisonous creature like the heart-piercing sea anemone was to go to the sea for a task, and he clearly didn't have this condition. Secondly, even if I could really fish out the heart-piercing sea anemone and use it to poison everyone, would I use the antidote to save people? And specially prepare over 100 antidote pills in advance? Is there something wrong with my head? Lin Yi glanced at Ran Zhongyuan, who was rolling on the ground. You just want junior sister you died to think that you're stronger than me. You despicable, shameless villain. Even now, Ran Zhongyuan was still stubborn. He knew that if he changed his words and begged for mercy now, he would be completely ruined. He might as well grit his teeth and persevere, treating it as a ruse to gain people's trust. If it was just to prove that I'm stronger than you, a simple move would be enough. Why go through so much trouble? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think everyone here is a fool? You're from East Continent Academy after all, but you're not even good at lying. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Everyone else was also shaking their heads. Ran Zhongyuan's words were getting more and more ridiculous. Anyone with a brain wouldn't think like that. Even his loyal subordinates were too embarrassed to continue echoing him at this time. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. What if people really thought they were fools and laughed at them in the future? Now that things have come to this, I believe everyone has nothing to say. Not only is Lin Yi not the real culprit, he's also your savior. Do you still have any objections? Wuxia immediately went along with the flow. Of course, no one dared to stand out. As for Ran Zhongyuan, who was rolling on the ground, He still wanted to say a few more words. However, with Lu Ziyu's aura suppressing him, and the 5 elements killing intent rampaging through his body, he was in so much pain that he couldn't say anything. Since that's the case, men carry him away. This matter ends here. Lu Ziyu threw a glance at Ren Zhongyuan and said with a deep meaning in her words, "Let me remind you. Stay in your room and recuperate. If there's nothing important, don't come out casually. In particular, don't create any trouble for me. I'm the person in charge of the East region's diplomatic mission. Even if there was no evidence, he could still act first and report later. You'd better remember this." This time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the real suspect of poisoning was not Lin Yi, but Ren Zhongyuan, who was the first to bring up the heart-piercing anemone. In all likelihood, this guy was the thief who cried "Stop the thief!" and wanted to kill Lin Yi with hatred in his heart. It was a pity that she could not find any concrete evidence. No matter how suspicious Ren Zhongyuan was, Lu Ziyu could not do anything to him for the time being. She could only use this excuse to put him under house arrest, so that he could not continue to stir up trouble. Since Lu Ziyu had already said so, this matter was considered settled. Although Yi Xiaotian and the others were unwilling, they could only follow Lu Ziyu's words and carry Ren Zhongyuan back to his room. After all, this old woman's fierce reputation in the East region was not just for show. If she was really forced to be ruthless, none of them would have a good ending. The group of East region disciples dispersed one after another. Lin Yi cupped his hands toward Lu Ziyu and said gratefully, "Thank you, Vice Headmaster Lu, for helping me out of this predicament. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain myself today." This was the truth. Although Lin Yi had 100 ways to expose Ren Zhongyuan's framing, he had to first have the chance to do so. If Lu Ziyu had not helped him earlier, he would not even have had the chance to concoct pills and detoxify the poison. He didn't even give them the chance to concoct pills and detoxify the poison, so it was even more impossible for anyone to listen to him. With Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian fanning the flames from behind, they might have already been forced to fight. You've got it backwards. I should be the one thanking you properly. If it weren't for you, I don't know how this matter would have ended. Lu Ziyu shook her head with some lingering fear. Fortunately, Lin Yi could really concoct so many detoxification pills. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This time Ren Zhongyuan got away with it. It's really too hateful. If this was West Island, even if there was no evidence to prove that he poisoned someone, just the crime of framing would have been enough to put him in jail. Ning Xuefei said angrily, "Yeah, this matter was obviously done by Ren Zhongyuan. Master, are we really going to let him off just like that?" Huiyudi was also somewhat unwilling. She hated Ren Zhongyuan to begin with, and this time he actually caused such a big incident to frame Lin Yi. This made her even more furious, and she wished she could execute this bastard on the spot. Without irrefutable evidence, we can't touch him, especially on this ship. Lu Ziyu sighed helplessly. She didn't want to spoil Ren Zhongyuan and his group of people. Unfortunately, although she was the person in charge of Dongzhou's diplomatic mission, her identity on this ancient battleship was still a guest. Those crew members would give in to Ren Zhongyuan, but they wouldn't give in to Lu Ziyu. Lin Yi looked at Ning Xuefei and Huiyudi's indignant expressions and couldn't help but be amused. He said indifferently, there's no need. That guy has already been punished. Look at him, he's in so much pain." Hearing this, the two women immediately smiled. When they thought of how Ren Zhongyuan was rolling on the ground just now, their anger was vented. Even Lu Ziyu covered her mouth and laughed. A wicked person would be tormented by another wicked person. Ren Zhongyuan had really kicked an iron plate this time. After being carried back to the room by Yi Xiaotian and the others, Ren Zhongyuan still had some backbone. He howled in pain as he chased all these people out. After all, his current appearance was really too embarrassing. With Yi Xiaotian and these underlings looking at him like this, how could he still be arrogant in the future? Detoxification. There must be a way to cure the poison. Ren Zhongyuan was hysterical alone in the room. Similarly, a wave of vital energy was flowing everywhere in his body. He subconsciously thought that this was a strange poison like the heart-piercing sea anemone. He was a pharmacist and an alchemist, and he even had a high-grade detoxification pill with him. No poison could trouble him, absolutely not. Without hesitation, he swallowed the detoxification pill. At the same time, He clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain. He circulated his mental cultivation method to dispel the vital energy. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. He tossed and turned like this until midnight. Only then did Ren Zhongyuan completely collapse because all of this was completely useless. That strange, ghost-like vital energy could not be dispelled at all. It was simply inexplicable. Not only was it as indistinct and difficult to capture as the heart-piercing sea anemone's poisonous gas, even if one could really catch it by chance, there was no way to dispel it. Generally speaking, whether it was the poisonous gas or the vital energy, once it could be successfully locked on, there would always be a way to dispel it little by little using one's own mental cultivation method. It was just a matter of how fast it was. Chapter 4774. However, Ren Zhongyuan discovered that this common knowledge was suddenly useless. It was because the stream of essential qi in his body was extremely strange, and simply could not be reasoned with. One moment it was of the metal element, the next moment it was of the wood element, and after a while it became of the water element. When he finally made up his mind to refine it, it suddenly became of the fire element. There was no pattern to it at all, so how could he possibly neutralize it? Ren Zhongyuan was about to be tormented to the point of going crazy. He was already completely helpless against this strange stream of essential qi. The only thing that he could rejoice about was that up until now, there had not been any fatal injuries in his body. It was just that he would occasionally feel extreme pain, and when it did not flare up it would be fine. He could still take a breather, and it seemed like he would not die anytime soon. However, Ren Zhongyuan still did not give up. Since he was unable to refine it, he could only place all his hopes on medicinal pills. Not only those legitimate antidotes, but any medicinal pills that had the slightest possibility of neutralizing it were consumed in one go. Even if they could not completely neutralize that strange stream of essential qi, it was good enough if they could only slightly reduce the pain. To anyone with common sense, Ren Zhongyuan's method was simply playing with his life. The consequences of consuming medicinal pills recklessly were often even more miserable than being poisoned. However, he had already lost his rationality from the intense pain, and could not care about these things. And what made Ren Zhongyuan overjoyed was that among the medicinal pills he had consumed recklessly, there was actually one that could be of use. It was a medicinal pill known as the turtle breath pill. As the name suggested, it could allow one to enter the state of turtle breath. However, after he consumed it, he did not enter the state of turtle breath, but the circulation of essential qi in his body stopped. In this way, that strange stream of essential qi seemed to have been suppressed as well. As long as this stream of essential qi did not move about recklessly, he would not feel any intense pain. The only side effect was that he similarly could not cultivate, much less circulate his mental cultivation method. This was originally a harmful medicinal pill, but he had used it as an antidote, and by a stroke of luck, he had used it correctly. By the time Ren Zhongyuan finished tormenting himself, the sky outside was already bright. After resting for a while, he immediately wanted to go out and take a stroll. At the very least, he had to act as if he had successfully neutralized that stream of essential qi, so as to prevent others from looking down on him. Senior Marshal Brother Ren, it's better for you to stay in the room and recuperate in peace. This was specially instructed by Vice Headmaster Lu. Don't make things difficult for us. 2 disciples from the East Continent blocked his path at the door. No matter what, Lu Ziyu was a big shot in the academy. After all, there were still many disciples who obeyed her orders. Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that his face turned green. In his anger, the zhenqi in his body immediately showed signs of stirring, startling himself. He pointed at the 2 people at the door and was speechless for a long time. This ancient battleship was his territory, but he was actually being placed under house arrest in his own territory. Who could tolerate such a thing? All right. Good. All right. Ren Zhongyuan gritted his teeth and said 3 times. If it was before, he would have already stepped on these 2 bastards. But now he could only endure it. He said coldly, "Fine, I won't go out, but it's not a problem for others to come and see me, right? Go find Yi Xiaotian for me." The 2 disciples from the East Continent exchanged a glance. It was true that Lu Ziyu had not said such words. This Ren Zhongyuan was a person with a strong background, and they could not offend him too much. They immediately nodded and agreed. After a short while, Yi Xiaotian came to the room. Seeing Ren Zhongyuan lying lazily on the bed, he could not help but smile. Brother Ren, you're really relaxed. Looks like there's no problem now? It's just temporarily suppressing the poison gas. If I'm really fine, I'll be fine. If I'm really fine, would those two dogs at the door still dare to stand there? Ren Zhongyuan shook his head in annoyance. Sigh, now everything is decided by Lu Ziyu. After yesterday's incident, the others don't dare to make a sound. We can't do anything about it. Yi Xiaotian could only spread his hands helplessly. If the opponent was just Lin Yi, it would be fine. But now a single word from Lu Ziyu could crush them to death. What else could they do? I do have a way to suppress that old woman. How about this? Send a letter to me, and everything will be resolved. Ren Zhongyuan pinched his chin and smiled. The corner of his lips once again revealed the proud smile from yesterday. At noon, the group of disciples from the East Continent, including Lu Ziyu, Lin Yi, and the others, were all eating in the canteen in twos and threes. Just then there was a sudden commotion at the entrance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and was instantly shocked. A heavyweight uninvited guest had actually arrived. Captain Okuda. Hearing the low exclamations from the surrounding people, Lin Yi sized up the newcomer from afar. This was the first time he had seen this legendary captain with his own eyes. He had thick brows and big eyes, and walked with a majestic gait. He looked like a heroic middle-aged man. To this ancient battleship, Lu Ziyu and the East Continent's diplomatic group were only temporary guests. The real controllers were its original crew, and the person in the lead was this Captain Okuda. However, the canteens of the East Continent's disciples and the battleship's crew were separate. This Okuda had never come to this canteen before. What was going on today? Captain Okuda has graced us with your presence. We have been disrespectful. Lu Ziyu suppressed the suspicions in her heart and stood up to welcome him. The other party was the actual controller of the ancient battleship. Regardless of strength or status, he was not below her, the vice principal of the Morning Pride Academy. Even Lu Ziyu had to be polite to him. Haha, this captain has come without notice. I hope Vice Principal Lu won't blame me. Come. Everyone sit down and continue eating. As Okuda spoke, he took the lead and sat down, not treating himself as an outsider at all. However, he was indeed the host here, and there was nothing to criticize about that. Captain, you are a rare guest. May I know why you have come? Lu Ziyu replied in a neutral tone. Oh, I heard that there was some trouble here yesterday. Many disciples from the East Continent were poisoned, so I came to see everyone and see if there's anything I can help with. Okuda laughed heartily. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The poison of all the disciples from the East Continent has been successfully neutralized. Everything has returned to normal. Lu Ziyu smiled faintly. That's good. You are my distinguished guests. If anything were to happen to you, this captain would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Okuda laughed, then asked, Huh? Why don't I see Zhongyuan? This brat's father is an old friend of mine. It's rare for me to come here, but I didn't even greet him. Vice Principal Lu, can you get someone to call him over for a chat? Chapter 4775. At this point, Lu Ziyu could no longer keep Ren Zhongyuan under house arrest. He could only instruct, go and call Ren Zhongyuan over. Just say that Captain Okuda is here to visit him. A short while later, under everyone's gaze, Ren Zhongyuan arrived at the canteen in a pompous manner. His footsteps were filled with joy, showing off his prowess. Uncle Okuda, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Your nephew apologizes. Ren Zhongyuan did not even look at Lu Ziyu and the others. He walked to Okuda's side and sat down as if there was no one else around. It seemed like the two of them had a pretty good relationship. What's there to apologize about? As an uncle, isn't it only right for me to visit my nephew? Haha. Okuda patted Ren Zhongyuan's shoulder and gestured to everyone. Everyone, don't just stand there. Come, let's eat. Ren Zhongyuan looked smugly at Lin Yi, who was sitting opposite him. His face was filled with provocation, and he even made a dangerous gesture of slitting his neck. He did not think much of Lu Ziyu at all. After all, on this ancient warship, Lu Ziyu was no match for Okuda. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Okuda without batting an eyelid. With such a powerful backer suddenly appearing, things were going to be a little difficult to handle. It seemed like Okuda would definitely not let the matter rest and would definitely make use of this opportunity to stir up trouble again. As expected, they had only eaten a few mouthfuls when Okuda suddenly said, "Vice Dean Liu, other than coming here to visit the East Continent's disciples, there's another important matter I want to discuss with you." "Oh, Captain, feel free to speak your mind." Lu Ziyu exchanged glances with Lin Yi and the others, his heart skipping a beat. "It's like this. We have a lookout position on the warship, responsible for monitoring dangerous situations. I don't think I need to explain the importance of this position. Without a lookout, we won't be able to continue sailing at sea. Unfortunately, our original lookout has fallen ill. In order to not waste time at sea, I want to choose one of you East Continent's disciples as a substitute. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have sufficient sailing experience," Okuda said meaningfully. "This?" Lu Ziyu was slightly taken aback and was about to ask everyone who had sailing experience. However, before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Okuda. "Damn. I heard that the treasure ship from the North Island encountered pirates in the sea fog when it was on its way to the West Island. At the critical moment, a disciple named Lin Yi stepped forward bravely and personally took the helm to avert the danger. I think this young man is good. I'll choose him," Okuda insisted. As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes instantly focused on Lin Yi. Some people sympathized with him, and of course there were also people who rejoiced in his misfortune. Everyone could see that Okuda was standing up for Ren Zhongyuan this time, and his target was Lin Yi. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's complacent smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme, Lin Yi remained unmoved. Huiyuti and Ning Xuefei, on the other hand, were secretly anxious, and both looked towards Lu Ziyu for help. This so-called danger lookout was definitely a pit of fire. Once he agreed, Lin Yi would definitely suffer greatly. Captain Okuda Lin Yi is a new disciple, and he's also the prince consort of the West Island. Isn't it a little inappropriate to suddenly let him take up such an important position? Why don't you consider other disciples? Lu Ziyu argued. Humph, Vice Dean Liu, don't blame me for not giving you face. On this battleship, my orders are above everything else. As he spoke, Okuda's aura suddenly changed, and an overwhelming pressure instantly pressed down on everyone's heads. Lin Yi was the first to bear the brunt of it, and when he heard Okuda's cold voice he said, "He doesn't want to do it? Very well then. Men, throw him overboard." Everyone's countenances instantly paled. Just a moment ago he had been laughing heartily, yet in the blink of an eye, he wanted to throw someone overboard. This captain really changed his attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. "Stop!" Lu Ziyu's countenance changed, and she similarly unleashed an overwhelming aura to stand against him. Although she was not as strong as him in this place, Lin Yi was someone whom she had acknowledged long ago. It wouldn't be so easy for him to take Lin Yi away. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Once these two big shots were to stand against each other, the deterrence and destructive prowess would be unimaginable. Although there were no weaklings among the people present, they would really not be able to withstand such repercussions. Just the pressure from the aura alone was enough to make them unable to withstand it. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly stood up, and his gaze landed on Okuda's face in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He said calmly, "Hold on. Isn't it just a lookout? No problem. Since it's a job for the entire battleship, then it's also for ourselves. I'll accept this job." The moment he said this, everyone present was astonished. Ren Zhongyuan even smirked coldly when he heard this. Even at the brink of death, he still did not forget to elevate himself. At this moment he was still thinking of putting on an act. What a fucking fool. Good, very good. You have ambition. Okuda instantly retracted his aura, pointed at Lin Yi and laughed out loud. I, the captain, like young people with guts. However, I'll say this first. Once you're on the lookout, you'll be treated the same as the other crew members. To me, the sea is a battlefield. If you really make any mistakes, you'll be dealt with according to military law. These words frightened Ning Xuefei and Huiyuti. This was basically forcing Lin Yi into a dead end. Usually, even if he made some mistakes, nothing could be done about it. After all, he was a temporary substitute from the East Continent. However, if he were to be dealt with according to military law, all his paths of retreat would be blocked. At that time, a single word from Okuda Ba would be able to take Lin Yi's life, and even Lu Ziyu would not be able to stop him. Lu Ziyu's brows furrowed tightly, and she was just about to find an excuse to take back this job of causing death. However, it was a pity that Okuda Ba did not give her the chance to do so. After he finished speaking, he stood up and left, leaving behind a string of hearty but vicious laughter. Hurry up and go to work after lunch. We're all counting on you, the lookout, to protect and escort us. Don't make any mistakes, ha ha ha. Ren Zhongyuan laughed complacently as well. As expected, once a great god like Okuda Ba took action, someone like Lin Yi did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate. Just a few words from him were enough to send him into the fire pit. This feeling could only be described with one word: awesome. Master, what should we do now? Huayudi anxiously asked Lu Ziyu for help. There was still some room to turn things around now, but once Lin Yi really went up to the lookout, it would only be a matter of a few words for him to be taken advantage of. By then, everything would really be too late. Chapter 4776. Wait a minute, Deputy Dean Liu, thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to be so troublesome. It's just a dangerous situation, look out. I'm experienced in this kind of thing and it's not a problem. Lin Yi stopped her with a faint smile. Really? Lu Ziyu looked at him suspiciously, wanting to say something but stopping on second thought. She had heard that Lin Yi controlled the treasure ship of the North Island to get out of danger, but in the eyes of most people, including her, it could only be attributed to Lin Yi's good luck. After all, everyone had their own specialties. If he was not a really experienced old shipwright, he couldn't be a dangerous situation lookout at all. You'd better not force yourself. With your ability, you just need to monitor the dangerous situation, and I believe there's no problem. But they obviously want to find fault with you, and it's hard to guard against them, Huayudi said worriedly. Yeah, if you must go, take me with you. I'll go wherever you go. Ning Xuefei said decisively. Feifei, don't mess around. I'm just going to be a lookout, it's not as serious as you think it is. Plus, they won't let you go up to the lookout tower. Lin Yi laughed when he saw the girls follow the chicken. If she marries a chicken, if she marries a dog, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a dog, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a dog, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a dog, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a chicken, if she marries a dog, then so be it. Right, Feifei, you really can't go. Your identity is too sensitive, and no one dares to let you go to the watchtower. I won't allow it either. You'd better stay with us. Lu Ziyu stopped her immediately. If something happened to Lin Yi, she would be sad, but it was only limited to personal feelings, and it wouldn't have too much impact on the overall situation. But Ning Xuefei was different. Once the successor of West Island had an accident here, West Island and Dongzhou State would definitely fall out with each other instantly. Then West Island and Dongzhou State would definitely fall out with each other instantly. By then, thousands of people would die because of this. This was related to the overall situation and there was no room for any mistakes. In fact, Lu Ziyu believed that even Okuda Dam, who deliberately targeted Lin Yi, would never dare to let anything happen to Ning Xuefei. Otherwise, in order to appease the anger of West Island, he, the captain, would definitely be pushed out as a scapegoat, and there would be no chance for him to survive. But Ning Xuefei still held Lin Yi's hand tightly. He wanted to say something more. There are no buts. There's no room for discussion on this matter. Your mother entrusted you to me. I definitely won't let you take the risk, Lu Ziyu interrupted. Seeing Ning Xuefei's helpless expression, Lin Yi smiled and patted her hand, comforting her. It's not like you don't know my strength. This small matter can't stump me. Don't worry, Feifei. Then, Ning Xuefei hesitated for a long time. He nodded helplessly and said, All right, I'll listen to you and Aunt Lu. However, if you're in danger, I'll be the first to rush over. The observation deck is not a guillotine. It's not that dangerous. Don't worry. Lin Yi laughed. After much persuasion, he finally managed to persuade Ning Xuefei. However, when he turned his head, Huayudi suddenly bit her lips and said, Feifei can't go. I'll go with you. Ah! Lin Yi was instantly speechless. He had finally managed to persuade one, yet another came. It was really asking for his life. He could only say helplessly, I'm going to monitor the situation, not to go on an outing. What are you going to do? I can help you, Huayuti said with a serious expression. Help me? How can you help me? Have you done this before? Linny couldn't help but ask curiously. Not really. Huayuti thought for a while, then said, but my nose is very sensitive. I can more or less be of some use. Linny suddenly didn't know what to say. This little girl's train of thought was really wild and imaginative. Which danger lookout relied on their nose to do their work? Helpless, Linny could only turn to look at Lu Ziyu. He hoped that this master of hers would come forward to persuade her. In the end, he didn't expect Lu Ziyu to actually nod and say, all right, you go with Linny. Be careful. Pooh. Hearing that, Linny instantly choked. Not only was Huayuti's train of thought unique, even her master was a kindred spirit. Indeed, like teacher, like disciple. Actually, the reason why Lu Ziyu agreed so readily was because she wanted to make it up to Linny. Linny and Ning Shuefei were both people that Ning Shangling had entrusted to her to take care of. In the end, because she wasn't forceful enough, Linny ended up in danger. Letting Huayuti accompany him would at least be able to take care of him. On the other hand, it was because she could see through her precious disciple's thoughts, so she decided to help him. Hearing their conversation from afar, especially when he heard that Huayuti was going to accompany Linny to the observation deck, Ran Zhongyuan, who was still feeling smug, was instantly enraged. He was clearly the one who pushed Linny into the fire pit, so why did he inexplicably create a chance for him to be alone with Huayuti? The observation deck was high up, almost completely isolated from the people below, and no one would disturb them. Linny and Huayuti were basically in a world of the two of them. How was this a fire pit? It was simply a land of gentle beauties. However, Ren Zhongyuan had no way to stop them. He could only grit his teeth and console himself. Go on, go on. I'll let you see Linny for another 2 days. In less than 2 days, this guy will be a dead man. After lunch, Linny and Huayuti went to the crew's work area under the gazes of Lu Ziyu and Ning Shuefei. The first mate of this ancient warship glanced at the two of them. It seemed that Okuda had already informed him beforehand. He lazily reclined on a chair and asked, didn't you say that there's only one substitute lookout? Why are there two? This is my assistant. Linny replied calmly. Huayuti insisted on coming along no matter what, and she even had Lu Ziyu's support. He had no other choice. Assistant? The first mate sized up Huayuti with a slanted gaze, and said with an evil smile, what assistant? An assistant to liven things up at night? I have to say it's quite boring up there. If you don't find something to do, you'll go crazy. Seeing that you're so pitiful, I'll be your assistant. These words caused Huayuti's face to turn red, and even Linny felt a little embarrassed. He really hadn't thought about this. The observation deck is up there. You guys go up there yourselves. I don't need to explain the duties of this position, right? Report the dangerous situation in real time, and give timely and accurate instructions to avoid danger. If there's even the slightest mistake, The first mate looked at Linny with pity. The latter half of the sentence did not need to be said. It was nothing more than if he had something on them, Okuda would definitely take the opportunity to punish them. Because of Linny's negligence, the entire ship's crew would be in danger, so it would be useless no matter who tried to explain. Military law was not something that could be casually said. Chapter 4777. What do you think? The first mate smiled but did not say anything. In fact, Okuda-ba's claim that the lookout was sick was pure nonsense. Even if Okuda-ba agreed to give such an important position to a layman, the other crew members would never agree to it. After all, who would dare to put their lives in the hands of a layman? The lookout was actually hiding on the backup lookout. Linny was just a prank. No one would really take him seriously. Linny and Huayuti turned around and went up to the lookout. It was the highest point. Standing there, they had the best view of everything. As long as the visibility was good enough, not only could they clearly see the ancient warship below, but they could also see the sea within a radius of hundreds of miles. Of course, if there was fog, then there was nothing they could do. However, the weather these 2 days had been great. The sky was clear for miles, and there wasn't even a single cloud in the sky, let alone sea fog. Linny and Huayuti were just enjoying the scenery. The scenery here was unique, and they couldn't see it from other places. It wasn't a wasted trip. They did not encounter any danger during the past 2 days. Naturally, Lin Yi did not need to issue any evasive orders. He felt quite comfortable watching the scenery and chatting with Huayuti. Huayuti also enjoyed this. Being able to enjoy the sea breeze while snuggling up with Lin Yi was the most wonderful thing she could think of. However, she also knew that this would not last for long. Even if Lin Yi could not let Okuda Ba catch him, the two would have to be separated when they reached the East Continent. It was unknown if they would even see each other again in the future, let alone spend time together. After nightfall, the sky was filled with stars, and the sea was dotted with stars. All this dreamy scenery set off the atmosphere of the two's world especially warm and romantic. The two, who were already snuggling up to each other, could not help but feel a little charming. Lin Yi. Huayuti seemed to have thought of something. Her cheeks blushed as she called out softly. What happened? Lin Yi turned his head to look at her, then hurriedly turned his head back, not daring to look again. At this moment, under the beautiful night sky, Huayuti's temperament was both pure and charming. The two intertwined to form a strange temptation. Even with Lin Yi's self-control, he almost couldn't control himself. The poison on my leg seems to be relapsing again. Huayuti bit her lips, lowered her head and said shyly, Can you help me suck it again? Huh? Lin Yi was stunned. The poison had been sucked clean a long time ago, how could it suddenly relapse? Under his gaze, Huayuti's face turned even redder. Her originally fair neck became an alluring shade of crimson. She urged in a low voice, Hurry up! Lin Yi speechlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He finally understood what Huayuti was hinting at. This girl couldn't have been reminded by the first mate's joke, right? The atmosphere fell into silence. Facing Huayuti's cute and shy expression, Lin Yi suddenly felt a trace of tenderness in his heart. He forcefully suppressed his instinctive impulse and said with difficulty, Yuti, I can't give you any promises. After we go to the Eastern Continent we might. I don't care. Huayuti used her hand to cover Lin Yi's mouth. The two of them were only a finger's distance away from each other. They could both feel each other's hot breath. Their breathing and state of mind were already in chaos. Just as Lin Yi was about to say something, Huayuti suddenly made an extremely bold move. She actually reached out and pressed Lin Yi's head to the bottom of her skirt. After tonight, there might not be another chance like this. As a girl, she had already thrown caution to the wind. Smelling the familiar fragrance of the other party's body, Lin Yi's heart was in a mess. She had already done this, what should he do? At this moment, an extremely urgent warning sound came from the jade pendant on his chest. Lin Yi immediately quivered and hurriedly stopped Huayuti's bold move. In a hurry, he glanced at the sea in front of him and hurriedly activated the sound transmission array on his hand and shouted, Change direction. There's danger. At this moment, Okuda Dam and the Real Danger Lookout were on another backup lookout. When they heard Lin Yi shout through the sound transmission array, they were both stunned. There's danger. In shock, the two of them hurriedly looked around carefully. Although visibility was not high at night, with the help of the starry sky and the glowing creatures in the sea, they could still clearly see the situation within a few miles. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. Danger my ass. The lookout and Okuda Dam looked at each other and angrily scolded. It's a false alarm. This kid really doesn't know anything. What a fucking scam. Okuda Dam's expression was also a little ugly. According to his original plan, he had planned to use Lin Yi's ignorance. If he really encountered danger, he would definitely not be able to detect it in advance, let alone give a timely and accurate warning. Although they were on the backup lookout, if the situation was not particularly critical, they would not make a sound. This way they could use their own trick to trick Lin Yi. After all, for a supergiant like the ancient warship, a small danger would not cause any damage at all. Could be easily crushed. This way, not only would there not be any accidents, but it would also give them an excuse to punish Lin Yi. In the end, the two of them did not expect such a situation to occur. There was clearly no danger, but this kid Lin Yi was shouting in the voice transmission formation, causing them to be worried for nothing. This was simply a false report. In the voice transmission formation, Lin Yi was still repeatedly warning them, but there was no response from below. Everyone knew that the real danger monitoring the situation was the second lookout, which was now a stage. Before the second lookout spoke, no one would care about him. At this moment, Okuda Dam's voice came from the voice transmission formation. He said coldly, "What are you shouting for? Do you know how much of a loss you'll bring to us if you make a wrong judgment? Once we deviate from the established route, it's very likely that we will hit the reef, and it will consume a lot of extra spiritual energy. It might even cause the formation to not have enough energy to gather. Can you bear the consequences? Quickly change the direction. There's danger ahead." Linny ignored him and continued to shout. Although the others on the warship could not hear him, every place with a voice transmission formation, including the control room, could hear his voice. "Kid, how dare you shout here? Do you know what the punishment is for lying about a military situation? Do you really want to die?" Okuda Dam was instantly enraged. Chapter 4778. He wouldn't get angry because of such a small character, but now he really wanted to kill this kid. Seeing that the people below were still indifferent, Linny shook his head speechlessly. Ignoring Okuda Ba's threat, he gathered his vital energy and roared, "Everyone be on guard. Protect yourselves." His voice was like a clap of thunder. With the help of various voice transmission formations, Lin Yi's voice was heard throughout the ancient battleship. Not only could the crew hear it, but even the disciples of the East Continent in the living area could hear it. All of a sudden, the entire battleship was in chaos. After shouting, Lin Yi could no longer care about anything else, let alone the enraged Okuda Ba. He protected Hoyuti and escaped from the observation deck. The observation deck was a good place to look at the scenery when there was nothing going on, but when there was danger, the observation deck was often the first to suffer. Lin Yi did not have the habit of holding on under a dangerous wall. When Okuda Ba saw this scene from the second lookout tower, he flew into a rage. He had clearly heard his warning, but this brat still dared to create chaos so brazenly. Now he even wanted to escape. This was intolerable. Even if it wasn't for Ren Zhongyuan, he would definitely tear this brat into pieces. In his rage, Okuda Ba stood on the top of the second observation deck and released his aura. In a trance, even the sky seemed to change color. This time he planned to take down Lin Yi personally and publicly punish him as a warning to others. However, just as Okuda Ba was about to launch an attack, the official lookout on the second observation deck suddenly had a change of expression. He exclaimed, "Captain, this is bad. There's a group of sea beasts ahead." "What?" Okuda Ba was so shocked that he staggered and quickly looked at the sea in front of him. Everything was pretty much the same as before. The surroundings were still calm and peaceful, and there were no signs of surging waves or the so-called horde of sea beasts. The only thing that was slightly strange was that the sea in front of them was pitch black, with not a single ray of light to be seen. Okuda Ba did not react for a moment. He was not a lookout, so he was not that sensitive to these clues. However, he was an expert, a giant-level super expert. Without hesitation, he instantly released his divine sense. At this time, without the interference of the sea fog, with Okuda Ba's strength, his divine sense could cover the sea tens of miles away. This time, his expression suddenly changed. There really was a group of sea beasts. 20 miles away, an extremely large group of sea beasts was approaching at a rapid speed. There were at least hundreds of sea beasts, and their speed was unparalleled. Okuda Ba was shocked. He had been sailing on the sea for hundreds of years and had been a captain for dozens of years. However, he had never seen such a terrifying group of sea beasts. Every sea beast here was at least at the original infant stage. Profound ascension stage beasts could be seen everywhere. There were even several mountain opening stage beasts. What was even more shocking was that the group of sea beasts was rushing directly towards the battleship. It did not seem like they were just passing by. Instead, they were directly targeting the battleship. What was going on? As the ultimate weapon of the endless sea, the ancient battleship was set up with the highest level of beast-frightening array. Normally, no sea beasts would dare to approach within 100 miles. Even the sea beasts at the mountain opening stage would not dare to provoke them. But why did it suddenly fail this time? In the blink of an eye, the group of sea beasts had shortened from 20 miles away to 10 miles away. Their speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The originally calm sea was already surging with waves, and in an instant, A monstrous wave was formed, crushing towards the huge ancient battleship. There was no time to think about it. Okuda-ba quickly returned to the number 2 lookout and shouted, "Everyone listen up! Activate the defensive array. Activate the offensive array, everyone. Get ready for battle." At this time it was impossible to dodge. Such a huge monster could not change its course so easily. Unless they reacted when Linny gave the first warning, they would still be able to make it in time. With the super powerful thrust of the battleship's power array, if they listened to Linny's warning and changed the rudder to escape at full speed, they would be able to shake off the group of sea beasts as long as they could reach them at full speed. However, it was too late now. After hearing Okuda-ba's order, everyone on the battleship became more and more chaotic. The East Continent disciples did not know what to do. Fortunately, the original crew members were well trained. After a moment of confusion, they all went into battle positions. All kinds of defensive and offensive arrays were activated in an instant. Layers of colorful lights stacked on top of each other. It was a spectacular scene. Boom! The ancient battleship suddenly shook. This was the first wave of sea beasts' attack. No one knew why these sea beasts would do such a suicidal action. In the face of such a huge ship like the ancient battleship, even the nascent soul stage sea beasts could not pose any threat to it. Even those powerful profound ascending stage sea beasts could only wear down the battleship's defensive array. They could not even attack the battleship itself, let alone cause any damage. The real threat was the few mountain opening stage sea beasts that were mixed in the huge group of sea beasts. Once they started to attack with full force, especially after their weakness was tested, it was hard to say how long the battleship's defensive array could last. Okuda-ba quickly retreated back to the command room. Although he was shocked, he still appeared calm at this time. All kinds of orders were issued to every crew member in an orderly manner. His calmness greatly influenced everyone. They gradually got rid of their panic and their morale soared. Lin-Yi and Huayuti had also sneaked into the command room. Seeing Okuda-ba's performance, they could not help but secretly nod. A person who could sit in the position of the captain could not be useless. Okuda-ba also noticed Lin-Yi and Huayuti. He frowned and was about to chase them away. However, when he thought of his warning just now, he immediately swallowed his words. "Captain, the first wave of sea beasts' attack has ended. There are about 40 to 50 nascent soul stage sea beasts. The defensive array is undamaged." A familiar voice sounded in the transmission array. Linny could tell that it was the lazy first mate from before. It seemed that he had gone to take command. Chapter 4779. Roger. Everyone responded in unison. The view of the command room was not as good as the observation deck, but it was already the second best place in the entire warship. Moreover, the sea beasts were already very close. At this time there was no need to look from afar. Standing in the command room, one could clearly see the sea beasts in front of them. After the first wave of cannon fodder test ended, the sea beasts finally began to move. This time there were hundreds of sea beasts, and nearly half of them were profound ascending stage sea beasts. Each of them had a suicidal attack, and they desperately rushed towards the ancient warship. This situation made Linny feel a little strange. At the nascent soul stage and profound ascending stage, sea beasts' intelligence was already very high. It was not strange that the weak were prey to the strong, but they actually launched a suicidal attack. This was too unbelievable. "Kid, today's situation is not normal. I feel that a big guy is targeting you." At this time the ghost's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Big guy? How big is it?" Linny quickly asked. His first thought was that the giant electric eel and the 5 poison dragon were super existences. If the opponent was really a terrifying sea beast that was above the sea-splitting stage, then today's situation would be really dangerous. Even the ancient warship might not be able to protect them. "It's not as big as you think, but it's not small either. If the command is good, the chances of winning are 50 to 50. The ghost laughed with interest. Linny couldn't help but look at Okuda-ba. He hoped that this guy could withstand it. Otherwise, if the ancient warship was really broken or even sunk, then it would be all over. Boom! The warship suddenly shook again. Everyone's face changed, including Okuda-ba. The first impact just now was only a slight shake, but the feeling this time was obviously different. Not only was the impact force far more than 100 times, But it seemed that the sea beasts had also found a flaw. There was only one wave of probing attacks before, but this time the impact was continuous, and it was getting more and more intense. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Something's wrong. These bastards have someone commanding them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the connecting point so easily. Damn bastards. Okudaba's face turned ashen. With the level of the ancient battleship's defensive formation, it was enough to easily block the life-risking attacks of the mountain opening stage sea beasts. However, it wasn't truly flawless, because with the enormous tonnage of the battleship, it was impossible for any single defensive formation to completely cover it. The only way was to stack multiple defensive formations on top of each other to achieve the effect of complete coverage. However, in this way, the defensive strength of the entire battleship would inevitably be uneven. Among them, the defensive strength of the connection point was the weakest. Although it could still block the all-out attacks of the mountain opening stage sea beasts, a flaw was ultimately a flaw. If the sea beasts were allowed to continue attacking like this, there was a possibility that the battleship would be overturned. This discovery really made everyone shudder with fear. Such a huge group of sea beasts was already very frightening. If there was a mastermind behind the scenes who could see through the connection point with a single glance, just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Prepare the attack formation. Okudaba suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked, but their spirits were lifted. They excitedly rubbed their palms together and got into position. The amount of spiritual chi needed to activate the attack formation far exceeded that of all the defensive formations combined. Furthermore, the huge commotion it created could attract powerful sea beasts from all directions. Therefore, under normal circumstances it wouldn't be activated easily unless it was a matter of life and death. Although it wasn't a matter of life and death yet, if they couldn't quickly stop the attack of the sea beasts, the defensive formation would be destroyed sooner or later. Instead of sitting on the ground and waiting for death, it was better to put everything on the line. This guy was really decisive. Linny looked at Okudaba in surprise. He then turned his gaze to the sea in front of him. At this time, all kinds of attack formations were being prepared. The entire battleship was like an unparalleled ancient beast, emitting a terrifying pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. As if they were frightened by the pressure of the attack formation, some of the nascent soul stage sea beasts at the front line suddenly stopped attacking. It seemed like they had the intention to retreat. They all desperately retreated as if their fear of death was no less than that of humans. However, before everyone could let out a cry of joy, an extremely cruel scene unfolded in front of them. These nascent soul stage sea beasts that were scared off were instantly torn into pieces by the sea beasts behind them. Not a single one of them was spared. The entire sea was filled with the smell of blood that soared to the heavens. Even the night sky was dyed red. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Because of this cruel and inexplicable smell of blood, the sea beasts became crazier and more hysterical. Not only did they not have the slightest intention of retreating, they became even more ferocious. Even the few mountain opening stage sea beasts mixed in with the sea beasts also joined in the attack. Just now was only the second wave of attack. With the well-trained team under Okudaba, they could at least calmly deal with it. However, now it suddenly became a fight to the death. The whole situation suddenly went out of control. Attack! Target the mystical ascending stage sea beasts. All teams attack freely. Okudaba immediately ordered. The nascent soul stage sea beasts could not affect the defense formation at all. The opponent's main force was the mystical ascending stage sea beasts. As long as they could be killed, their chances of winning would be greatly increased. Roger. Listening to the unified reply in the sound transmission formation, Linny only saw a dazzling scene in front of him. Dozens of light beams that were visible to the naked eye instantly disappeared into the sea beasts. It seemed to be silent, but the next moment, Linny suddenly opened his eyes wide, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Wherever the light beam passed, all the sea beasts instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The dignified mystical ascending stage sea beasts did not even have the slightest strength to resist. They did not even have the time to dodge. As for the surrounding nascent soul stage sea beasts, they could not even be counted as cannon fodder. Looking at the hellish sea of blood in front of him, looking at the huge group of sea beasts roaring in the blood sea, Linny could not help but take a deep breath. His heart was filled with incomparable shock. This was the invincible warship that galloped in the endless sea. In just one wave of attack, half of the mainstay mystical ascending stage sea beasts were killed. When this invincible warship showed its ferocious claws, even the endless sea was no longer so daunting. Just like now, people here were cheering. It had become a crazy playground. Chapter 4780. Morale was greatly boosted, and all the offensive arrays were quickly preparing for the second wave of attack. However, just as they were about to launch another massacre without any suspense, the mountain opening stage existences that had been hiding among the sea beasts suddenly broke out of the water and revealed their true faces to everyone. Everyone instantly cried out in surprise. At this moment, there were a total of 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts that had suddenly appeared. Deep sea mad shark, netherworld ghost mother, hooking soulfish, thousand-legged tyrant crab, and humpback mountain whale. Every one of them was a famous overlord of the sea. Encountering any one of them would be a disaster for human cultivators. Ordinary treasured ships couldn't withstand their attacks. Fortunately, this was an ancient warship. But even an ultimate weapon like the ancient warship could not help but feel pressured when facing 5 overlords of the sea. Everyone, including Okuda Ba, felt a little breathless. Don't worry about them. Kill the mysterious ascending stage first. Kill them all. Okuda Ba suddenly reacted and yelled at the sound transmission array. Only by killing all the profound ascending stage sea monsters could they slowly deal with the 5 overlords of the sea. Otherwise, once they got into a heated battle, those profound ascending stage sea monsters would definitely destroy the defense array bit by bit and become the last straw that broke the camel's back. This was the most correct response, but unfortunately, before Okuda Ba could finish his sentence, a giant figure the size of a mountain had already slammed into the warship. With a loud bang, the ancient warship was actually knocked to the side by a few inches. Such a force was simply unimaginable. Humpback whale. Okuda Ba gritted his teeth and said the name of this giant monster. This was the largest existence in the sea. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every humpback whale could move mountains and overturn seas with just a casual move, because they themselves were moving mountains. Just the size of the humpback whale had brought unparalleled psychological pressure to everyone. But this was not the worst part. The worst part was the urgent report that came from the sound transmission array. Captain, this monster blocked the attack. We can't lock on to the profound ascending stage sea monsters. He's just a meat shield. When Linny heard this, he immediately felt that things were not looking good. They had just gained a slight advantage. As a result, the other side immediately blocked the humpback whale with its thick skin and flesh. It was obvious that this mountain opening stage sea beast was just a chess piece of the opponent. At this moment, everyone was looking at Okuda Dam. At this time, he had to make a decision quickly without any hesitation. His next order would directly affect everyone's life and death. With the humpback whale's thick hide, there was no need to fear it at all. Even if dozens of holes were blasted into it, that would only be scratching an itch. If they didn't fight back, they would immediately fall into a passive position. They could only take a beating and not fight back. No matter how strong the defensive formation was, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Stop the attack. Okuda Ba ordered. Captain, should we activate the 10,000-mile formation? The first mate's voice sounded from the sound transmission array. Everyone's eyes flashed and they nodded in unison. What's the 10,000-mile formation? Linny whispered to Huayuti. The 10,000-mile formation refers to 10,000 miles a day. It can increase the speed of the battleship to the maximum in the shortest time possible. This is the final trump card for escape. The price is that it will consume all of the ship's stored spiritual energy. At this time, the person who answered Linny wasn't Huayuti, but Okuda Ba. Linny couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This guy was clearly trying to trick him, but he still had the mood to answer his question. It was really strange. After saying this, Okuda Ba didn't look at Linny anymore. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. The veins on his forehead bulged and cold sweat flowed. It was obvious that this was a difficult choice. The others didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The command room and all the other battle positions that were connected to the sound transmission array were extremely tense. Just as Okuda Ba had said, the 10,000-mile formation was the last trump card for escape. The 10,000-mile array was his final trump card for escaping. Once it was activated, there would be no more spiritual chi stored. Whether or not he could escape safely would depend on the will of the heavens. They don't have good intentions. If we don't fight, we'll be courting death. We can't escape, Linny suddenly said. He knew that with his status, no one would listen to him. If it was under other circumstances, he might not be willing to say this. Unfortunately, everyone was in the same boat. If the ship was destroyed, he, Ning Shuefei, and the others would be implicated. He had to think of a way to dispel this stupid idea. As expected, the surrounding people looked at Linny with more disgust. This kid clearly didn't know anything. But he jumped out at such a critical time to disturb people's morale. They were facing 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, and they even had the humpback whale as a meat shield. If they didn't escape now, were they going to wait for death here? Why? Unexpectedly, Okuda didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he turned to look at Linny with a serious expression. He actually planned to seriously consider his opinion. Linny was an outsider, but with the warning he'd given earlier, even if Okuda felt a little embarrassed, he'd acknowledged Lin Yi's strength in his heart. This wasn't the time for personal grudges, and they had to work together. If it's just these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, we should be able to escape even if it's a little troublesome. But what if the big guy we're facing isn't them? Linny slowly glanced at everyone. Everyone was shocked. They immediately looked at each other in panic. This kid really didn't stop until he shocked them. The 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts in front of them were already giving them a lot of pressure. Could it be that there was something even more ferocious behind them? You noticed it too? Okudaba's rhetorical question made everyone even more shocked. It meant that even an experienced captain like him felt that there was another ferocious god behind them. Linny couldn't help but look up to this guy. He only found out about it because of the ghost's reminder. He didn't expect this guy, whom he thought was a good-for-nothing captain, to be able to sense it too. As expected, no one who could sit in such a position was simple. I admit that you're not simple, but don't look down on me too much. Okudaba was very dissatisfied with Lin Yi's surprised look. He coldly snorted. I've been on the sea for more than 300 years, and I've controlled this ship for 75 years. Even if I haven't seen 100% of the battles on the sea, I've at least seen 80% of them. Although the scale of the sea beasts this time is larger than usual, if there's no one behind them, just these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts dare to challenge this ship? Humph, I'll dig my eyeballs out and step on them. Chapter 4781. No matter what, they couldn't afford to panic. Otherwise, if they didn't have a unified opinion, it would be a fatal flaw. What you two mean is, even if we can get rid of these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, we can't get rid of the guy behind them? The first mate gasped. Everyone turned to look at Linny and Okudaba. This was the question they wanted to know the most. I haven't seen the 10,000-mile formation before, so I can't comment. Linny shook his head and analyzed. But since they dare to target our warship, they must be confident. After all, sea beasts at this level are not idiots. I don't know. My intuition tells me there's a 30 to 70 chance. Okudaba pinched his eyebrows and added, 30 for us, 70 for them. Everyone immediately fell silent. What he meant was that even if they used the 10,000-mile array, they would only have a 30% chance of successfully escaping. As for the remaining 70%, if they were caught, the result would be obvious. Without spiritual chi, there would be no array. Without the protection of the array, an ancient battleship would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Not even a random nascent soul stage sea beast would be able to stop it. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry. There's only a 30% chance for everyone to gamble with their lives. Is everyone willing to gamble? Even if you stay and fight, your chances of survival are higher than this. Linny said calmly. This sentence completely dispelled everyone's thoughts of escaping. Since running was more dangerous than not running, then why the hell would they run? These crew members were all experienced soldiers. Once they were forced into a desperate situation, their morale and ability were far beyond that of ordinary people. Just like at this moment, each and every one of them looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't wait to find the sea beasts outside and fight them to death. None of them mentioned the 10,000-mile formation again. Okay, since they want to play, Then let's play with these ugly monsters. Okuda-ba suddenly roared and ordered without hesitation. Listen to my command. Activate the starfall formation. Roger. All the crew members responded with a loud rumble. Even Linny was startled by this sudden surge of adrenaline. He couldn't help but tug at Hoyuti's sleeve and whispered, "What's the starfall formation?" I don't know either. Hoyuti shook her head. This should be the core secret of the battleship, just like the 10,000-mile array. She was not a member of the battleship, just a temporary passenger. How could she possibly know such a thing? This is the ship's most powerful offensive formation. Just like the 10,000-mile formation, it's a trump card that requires all of the ship's spiritual energy reserves to be exhausted. However, the 10,000-mile formation is used for escaping, while the starfall formation is used for attacking. Okuda-ba took the time to explain. Then he looked up at the starry sky and said in a joyful tone, "Luckily, the weather tonight is good, giving us an additional 20% chance of winning." Linny didn't understand what he was talking about, but he could roughly guess that this starfall formation had something to do with the weather. If he understood it literally, could it be that they wanted to make use of the stars in the sky? Okuda-ba didn't have the time to explain any further. He immediately ordered, "All teams get into position. We only have 6 hours. After 6 hours our spiritual energy will be depleted, and we won't be able to do anything. Therefore before dawn we must kill all of these scum. After dawn, I will toast to each and every one of you." Yes, the crew members' voices were filled with a murderous aura, as if they were soldiers going out to battle. They would either return victorious or die on the battlefield. As they spoke, with the ancient battleship as the center, a monstrous wave of air that had never been seen before came crashing down. Without any warning, it created a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. The weaker original infant stage sea beasts were instantly blown away by the wave of air. Once they got serious, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Linny looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as if the stars in the sky had suddenly become much brighter. Before, there were only stars in the sky, but now they were as bright as lanterns, clearly visible. At the same time, what made Linny even more speechless was the table in front of Okuda-ba. Originally there was nothing on it, but now there was a dreamlike astrolabe. If one looked closely, they would realize that this astrolabe was 100% compatible with the stars in the sky. Let's begin. Aren't they using the humpback whale as a meat shield? Then let's destroy this meat shield and treat it as a greeting. Okuda-ba smiled sinisterly and ordered, "Lock onto the humpback whale, starfall array release." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his finger lightly on the astrolabe. When he touched the star, it suddenly shone brightly. Before Linny could take a closer look, he heard a deafening explosion outside. An incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky. The night that was shrouded in darkness instantly became as bright as day. Everything in front of him was blinding white light. In the blink of an eye, the shocking white light quickly dissipated. Linny looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The humpback whale that was like a mountain had actually been blasted into pieces by this white light. In the sea, all that could be seen with the naked eye was a small mountain of minced meat. Linny couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A powerful sea overlord that was as powerful as the mountain opening stage was just gone in an instant. This was the ultimate killer move of the ancient warship, Starfall Array. Okuda-ba and the crew members were indifferent to this shocking scene, but the sea beasts outside were completely shocked. Not only the profound ascending stage sea beasts were trembling, even the deep-sea mad shark, nethermother, soul hookfish, and thousand-footed king crab, the 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts, unconsciously retreated a few miles. If they were alone, they might have retreated after witnessing the shocking scene of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The humpback whale had the toughest skin and flesh among them. If even the humpback whale suffered such a fate, the 4 of them would only end up worse if they were hit by the white light. However, after they only retreated a few miles, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Each of them let out a shrill and horrifying roar. After struggling desperately for a while, they rushed back again. Every one of them had bloodshot eyes as if they had lost their minds. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura of madness. The other profound ascending stage sea beasts were immediately bitten into pieces when they got a little closer. It seemed that they didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 4782. Acting all mysterious. Why hasn't that ghostly thing shown up yet? Okuda frowned as he stared at the sea in front of him. He wanted to find the culprit behind all this. If he could not kill that fellow as soon as possible and was only entangled with the 4 mountain opening stage puppets, he would definitely die this time. Linny almost burst out laughing. He used his primordial spirit to communicate with the ghostly thing. Senior, this fellow is looking for you. Do you want to go out and greet him? Oh. The ghostly thing was speechless. It choked for a long time before saying, I'm afraid that I'll scare him to death if I go out. I'll leave this to you. The thing you've encountered this time is not simple. Speaking of which, it's related to me. Related to you? Is it a spirit beast? Linny was shocked. That's not it. It's a real sea beast. Who told you that I can't be related to sea beasts? The ghostly thing pouted. Your family is really well connected. You even have relatives with sea beasts. I'm impressed. Linny shook his head speechlessly. Then he said, what should I do now? Should I bring you to meet your relative? If you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you. The ghost thing cackled. Putting aside the fact that the other party was a sea beast that had nothing to do with it, given its current state, even if it was a spirit beast, it wouldn't dare to casually recognize it as a relative. Who knew? It might end up becoming the other party's nourishment. What should we do? Can this starfall formation defeat your relative? Linny asked. Its power is passable. However, you have to be the one commanding it to have a chance. Otherwise, I guarantee that they won't even be able to touch a hair. Once 6 hours are up, you'll all be waiting to die. The ghostly thing said disdainfully. Me commanding it? Linny was stunned. He looked at Okuda, who was running around in circles, and shook his head. I'm not their captain. Why would they leave such a deadly task to an outsider like me? How is that possible? Unless they've lost their minds. Before this, Okuda didn't like him and was waiting for him to make a mistake. Although his attitude had changed, it was impossible for him to hand over his command. If Linny dared to say such a thing, he would be thrown out to feed the sea beasts. Jejia, I didn't ask you to ask for command right now. Wait until they've suffered and are at their wits' end. Then you can ask for it. The ghostly thing laughed. All right then. Linny nodded and looked at Okuda's next actions. At this moment, this guy seemed to have made his decision. Since it doesn't want to come out, then this captain will beat it out. Listen to my orders. His target was 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts. Starfall formation release. As soon as Okuda's voice fell, his 4 fingers gently stroked the light shadow astrolabe in front of him, and the 4 stars that were stroked once again shone brightly. Boom! 4 huge beams of light descended from the sky again, instantly blasting towards the 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts. The white light shone brightly, and huge waves soared into the sky. The momentum was so great that it shook the ancient battleship. Once again, Linny felt a super shock that he had never felt before. As the light faded, Okuda and the others stared at the sea in front of them nervously. However, this time, the result of the battle made all of them feel a chill in their hearts. The 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts didn't follow in the footsteps of the humpback whale as they had expected. Other than the 1,000-legged king crab, which was not much faster than the humpback whale, being blasted into pieces, the other 3 were all safe and sound. Regardless of whether it was the deep-sea mad shark, the nether ghost mother, or the soul-hooking strange fish, their speed in the sea was ghostly. The humpback whale and the 1,000-legged king crab couldn't avoid the bombardment of the starfall formation, but they could. Looking at the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts flashing back and forth on the sea, Okuda's face turned pale. Okuda's face turned pale. The power of the starfall array was undeniable. However, there was a flaw, and that was that it needed time to accumulate power. Even if this time was compressed to an extremely short amount of time, it was so short that most of the sea beasts wouldn't be able to react in time. However, a flaw was still a flaw, and as long as it existed, it would be exploited one day. How is this possible? No matter how fast the mountain opening stage sea beasts are, they can't dodge it. This has never happened before. Okuda shook his head in disbelief. In the past, the Starfall formation had never failed against the mountain opening stage sea beasts, but this time it had failed 3 times in a row. It was simply too strange. Everyone else was also in disbelief. Only Linny secretly shook his head. In the past, the Starfall formation didn't fail because the mountain opening stage sea beasts didn't have a stronger being controlling them. This time the situation was different. The 3 of them were able to dodge the attack because the being behind them had controlled them in advance to increase their speed. This guy can't do it. In his hands, the Starfall formation can't even unleash 10% of its power. What an idiot! The ghostly thing suddenly said disdainfully. Huh, the Starfall formation isn't its strongest power? Linny was instantly shocked. Could it be stronger than this? Could it be 10 times more powerful than the previous one? It's the strongest power, but it's not the strongest power. The ghostly thing said mysteriously. Senior, can you speak in a human language? Linny was speechless. In terms of the power of the light beam, this is of course the strongest. If it's stronger than this, then the sea beasts won't be able to survive. The ghostly thing laughed and said, It's a pity that such a powerful thing fell into the hands of an idiot. No matter how powerful it is, it's useless if you can't hit your target. If it was controlled by an expert, even I would be afraid of this Starfall formation when I was at my peak. Unfortunately, it's controlled by an idiot. He can't even handle a few mountain opening stage sea beasts. If the designer is still alive, he's probably crying in the toilet. Why is that? Its charging time is indeed a very obvious flaw. As long as the opponent is strong enough and fast enough, it shouldn't be too difficult to notice it and avoid it in time, right? Linny couldn't help but feel strange. Flaw? Kid, listen carefully. In ancient times, the Starfall formation was known as the strongest formation with no flaws. It's just that no one knows how to use it now, so it's like a pearl covered in dust. The ghostly thing sighed. The strongest formation with no flaws? Why do you say that? Linny couldn't help but grin. There was clearly a charging time. So how did it become the strongest formation with no flaws? Kid, look at its astrolabe. Doesn't it look like a chessboard? The ghostly thing didn't answer. Linny heard it and looked at it carefully. He hadn't thought about it before, but now that the ghostly thing reminded him, he suddenly felt that it really was a chessboard. An extremely complicated chessboard. Chapter 4783. This was the equivalent of using chess skills to make up for the lack of time, and even made the Starfall matrix even more unpredictable. Linny nodded thoughtfully. So you're saying that the Starfall matrix can only be used to its full potential by a true chess master? That's right. It said that the Starfall formation was invincible in the hands of its designer. Even the strongest person back then had to retreat. That's why it's known as the strongest killing formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been installed on a battleship and become the final trump card of an ultimate weapon, the ghostly thing said. While the 2 of them were communicating, Okudaba had suffered once again. He still hadn't given up on the idea of killing the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the result was the same as before. He didn't even manage to kill a single hare. This result caused everyone's morale to drop to a freezing point. They knew that these 3 were just cannon fodder puppets, but after using all their skills, they realized that they couldn't even kill the opponent's cannon fodder puppets. How were they supposed to continue? Okudaba's face was ashen. It seemed like he had suffered a heavy blow. Even he, the captain, was in such a state, let alone the others. A feeling of despair spread from the command room to every cabin. What was even worse was that everyone had begun to blame each other. If they had activated the 10,000-mile array and escaped, they would have had at least a 30% chance of survival. But now they didn't even have a 10% chance. Why don't you let me try? Linny suddenly stood up. Everyone was shocked. Okudaba frowned and looked at him. He snorted and said, Do you know what this is? A layman wants to try the Starfall formation? I'm indeed a layman, but after seeing your performance just now, I don't think it's any worse than you, Linny said calmly. What did you say? Okudaba was already in a bad mood, and now he was enraged. His opinion of Linny was completely reversed. He had some ability, but this kid was too much of a braggart. I said, since I can't escape death, why don't you let me try? Maybe there's a chance? Linny looked straight at Okudaba. This? Okutaba hesitated. He didn't believe that Lin Yi could control the starfall formation. However, when he thought about how Lin Yi could discover the sea beasts in advance and tell that there was a mastermind behind it, Okutaba couldn't help but feel lucky. What if this guy could really do it? Everyone else looked at Okutaba. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in complaining anymore. They had no other choice but to make a desperate attempt. Before Okuda could say anything, Lin Yi walked towards the astrolabe. Okuda moved aside subconsciously, and before he could react, Lin Yi's hand was already in the astrolabe. "Captain, what did you say?" The voices of the first mate and the other crew members rang out from the sound transmission array. Okutaba looked at Lin Yi and gritted his teeth. Listen to him. As soon as he said that, a beam of starfall of the starfall formation landed on the sea in front of them. Okutaba and the others who had just decided to believe in Lin Yi were stunned. What was going on? The 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were a few miles away, and the area covered by the light beam was empty. There was nothing at all, not even a profound ascending stage sea beast. What the hell was this guy doing? Lin Yi didn't wait for them to ask anything as he shot down 3 more pillars of light. But there was still nothing. Okuda couldn't take it anymore and roared. "Get out of the way if you don't know how to do it. Stop being a hindrance. If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. If you want to live, then watch carefully." Lin Yi didn't move. Okutaba's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. His opponent's terrifying aura made his heart skip a beat. He felt as if he had encountered a supermaster who was far above him. However, when he looked again, he found that there was no difference from before. He was clearly just a mid-nascent soul brat. Was it because he was under too much pressure? Okutaba shook his head. At this moment, Lin Yi used another 3 beams of starfall of the starfall formation. The result was the same as before. Everyone was about to go crazy. Every single starfall light pillar consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, this brat had created a total of 7 light pillars. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to last for 6 hours. Their reserves of spiritual energy would definitely be exhausted in advance. Not only did everyone look at each other speechlessly, even the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts outside were baffled. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement, they each launched a frenzied attack at the ancient warship. Because the starfall spell had already absorbed a large amount of spiritual chi, the strength of the defensive spell was far less than before. In addition, the crazy attacks of the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were no small matter. The battleship was actually shaking back and forth under the attacks. The defensive spell was about to be completely destroyed, and the situation was in danger. Including Okutaba, everyone's faces turned pale. They couldn't care less about telling Lin Yi to give way. They could only shout, "Release the starfall formation. If you don't release it, we'll die." Unexpectedly, Lin Yi turned to look at them. He smiled calmly and said, "The master hasn't shown himself yet. What's the rush?" Okutaba and the others were furious. How could this kid still be in the mood to act cool at a time like this? Did he think this was a joke? At this moment, the warship shook violently. It tilted so much that it almost capsized. Fortunately, the pilot reacted fast enough and adjusted the direction in time. Only then did they barely escape the disaster. Everyone was stunned. Although the attacks of the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were terrifying, it wasn't enough to tilt the warship to such an extent before the defense was destroyed. Could it be? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There was a magnificent mountain range a few miles away. Of course, it wasn't a real mountain range. It was a super sea beast that was as majestic as a humpback whale. The difference was that the humpback whale was heavy and clumsy, but this one was slender and agile. All they could see was pitch black. It was covered in dense scales. In addition to its slender body, the first impression this sea beast gave everyone was that it was a giant sea snake. However, when it floated up and revealed more of its ferocious body, this thought was immediately dispelled. Sea King Dragon? This name appeared in Lin Yi's mind subconsciously when he saw the dense sawtooth of this super sea beast, and the 4 huge and powerful fins on both sides of it. You recognize it? The ghost was shocked. Chapter 4784. The name is very close, but it's not a Sea King dragon. It's a sea dragon, the creature closest to the sea god in the legends. The ghostly thing explained. Sea dragon. Linny only realized then. No wonder this thing said that it was related to him. They were both dragons, but one was a spirit beast and the other was a sea beast. Their blood relationship was a bit too far apart, and they basically had nothing to do with each other. Sea dragon. It's a sea dragon. We actually encountered a sea dragon. Okuda-ba suddenly yelled in excitement as he started to gesticulate incoherently. This was the legendary god of the sea. It was practically the totem of the boundless sea. He had been sailing the seas for more than 300 years, but he had never seen it before. The others were also shocked. If there was a sea beast that they talked about the most, it would definitely be the sea dragon because there were too many legends related to the sea dragon. They could not even talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. They did not expect to see a living sea dragon with their own eyes today. However, before everyone could calm down from their excitement, the sea dragon with the sea god's halo on its head charged at them again. With a loud bang, the warship flipped over again. After barely stabilizing the body of the ship, the excited people felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. The defense formation had been destroyed. Everyone, including Okuda Dam, turned pale with fright when they saw the halo of the defensive formation vanish. Only now did they react. Not only was it not their good fortune to see a legendary super sea beast like the sea dragon, but it was also their misfortune. Without the protection of the defensive formation, everyone would die here. There was no chance of survival. At that moment, in the midst of the chaos, Linny suddenly gathered his true chi and shouted, "Starfall formation release." Fortunately, the crew members did not completely lose their composure. After hearing Lin Yi's order, they subconsciously responded. In an instant, 7 starfall pillars fell from the sky, and each of them was in the same position as the 7 that had missed before. Only now did Lin Yi realize that repeatedly using the starfall light pillar at the same location would greatly shorten the charging time by more than 100 times. With this kind of speed, even stronger existences would not be able to react, let alone those in the mountain opening stage. However, the opponent was still a sea dragon with the title of sea god. Its instantaneous reaction speed still caused Lin Yi to break out in a cold sweat. It had actually managed to dodge 6 of the starfall light pillars. In the end, it had no choice but to take the last one. If not for the last one, everything would have been for naught. Then the fate that awaited everyone would have been a tragic death. Fortunately, the chess piece had not missed its target. This was the work of the ghostly creature. He had already calculated all of the sea dragon's escape routes when he placed his chess pieces in these 7 spots. One of the 7 starfall pillars would definitely be hit. The legendary existence closest to the sea god had still been tricked by this distant relative of his. Roar! There was a deafening roar. After the sea dragon was hit by the starfall light pillar, it was not blasted into pieces like the humpback whale. Instead, it only had a large hole in its body. It was not a light injury. After suffering such a huge loss, the sea dragon did not run away. Instead, it became even more ferocious and wanted to attack the warship again. It only needed 1 strike to kill everyone here. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not going to give it the chance. Starfall formation release again. Another 7 starfall light pillars were fired. This time, the sea dragon had another large hole in its body. This time, it did not dare to act rashly. It let out a shrill roar and chose to turn and flee. However, Lin Yi had no intention of letting it go. He immediately launched another series of starfall light pillars in hot pursuit. The world fell silent. It's dead. Okuda-ba swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he looked ahead. It was a pity that the sea in front of him had already been dyed with murky blood. He could not see anything under the sea. After the sea dragon was hit by the last starfall light pillar, it did not surface again. Perhaps it had already been blasted into pieces. As for the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts, they had already been blasted into smithereens by the previous round of bombardment. Not even their bones were left. What do you think? Lin Yi looked at him non-committally. He turned around and walked to Huayudi's side. He let out a long breath and said, "It's fine now. Let's go back." After hearing what Lin Yi said, the others finally burst into an earth-shattering cheer. Anyone who had been in front of the gates of hell for such a long time would be out of breath. Their heartstrings were almost broken. Now that they had finally recovered, it was a joyous occasion to have a new lease on life. Seeing Lin Yi and Huoyuti leave, Okutaba could not help but have a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. He could only stand there in a daze. Senior Ghost, is that sea dragon really dead? Lin Yi could not help but ask in his mind as he and Huoyuti returned to the living quarters of the East Continent's disciples. Not only was Okutaba puzzled by this question, but he himself was also uncertain. I already said that it was my distant relative. How could I kill it? The ghost laughed. Even he felt guilty for saying this. He knew that it was a distant relative, yet he still schemed against it. He could only add, it was only seriously injured and escaped. Huh? Won't it make a comeback? Lin Yi was shocked. The sky was about to brighten, and the ancient battleship that had exhausted its spiritual energy was completely defenseless. It could not even withstand a casual attack from it. That won't be the case. It's not that easy to recover from its injuries. After suffering such a huge loss, it won't dare to cause trouble for a short period of time. However, it's hard to say in the future, said the ghost. In the future? It has nothing to do with me in the future. I don't care what happens after I get off the ship. Lin Yi laughed nonchalantly. He then asked, oh yes, I was just wondering why this sea dragon would cause trouble for us. Did Okutaba and the others offend it before? Doesn't seem like it. It looks like it's their first time seeing it. They don't need to cause trouble. Actually, the existence of this ancient battleship is already irreconcilable to the sea dragon. The ghost laughed. Why do you say that? Lin Yi asked curiously. A ship needs its keel. Do you know what the keel of an ancient battleship is made of? The ghost asked instead of answering. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. This time he suddenly reacted. Could it be the sea dragon? That's right. That's the reason. If you were the sea dragon and saw a battleship flying over your head, how would you feel? Perhaps it would be even more extreme. Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. Chapter 4785. I'm fine. Lin Yi chuckled. Seeing that Ning Xuefei was safe and sound, he felt much more at ease. The reason why he had rushed back was to see Ning Xuefei, fearing that something might have gone wrong in the chaos earlier. However, after seeing Lu Ziyu who had followed closely behind him, he knew that he had been worrying too much. Ning Xuefei and Lu Ziyu were astonished, especially when they heard about the appearance of the sea dragon. Their eyes lit up, and Lu Ziyu was no exception. It seemed that this creature, which was closest to the sea god, was indeed extraordinary. Everyone had heard of its legends. As Lin Yi and the others were talking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Bao Kuda had arrived. After looking at Lin Yi with a complicated expression, Okutaba didn't immediately approach him. Instead, he faced the crowd and said, everyone, because of the crisis just now, our battleship has consumed all of its reserve spiritual qi, so we can't continue sailing for the time being. We can only wait for the spiritual qi to be replenished. During this time you must not act on your own. Without the startled beast array, there is no defensive array. I believe I don't need to explain the dangers involved. Then what should we do? Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. They had been staying in the relatively isolated living area all this time, so they didn't have a clear understanding of the situation outside. As for the Starfall array, the 10,000-kilometer array, and the like, they had never even heard of them. They only knew that they had been attacked by a group of super sea beasts, but they had never thought that the battle would be so precarious. The ancient warship was originally a giant that galloped across the sea. In everyone's hearts, no sea beasts could pose a fatal threat to them. But now they were suddenly told that they had completely exhausted all their spiritual energy. Wouldn't they be doomed if they continued to drift on the sea? Everyone, don't worry too much. As long as we can hold on for a day and a night, the warship will be able to replenish its spiritual energy and set sail again. Although there are threats outside, so many super sea beasts have died this time. For the time being, there shouldn't be anything that dares to come close. So it's still relatively safe. There's no need to panic. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they persevered for a day and a night, they would be able to resume their journey. That should not be a problem. But for safety's sake, we must double our vigilance during this period. Vice Dean Liu, you and I are the strongest on this ship, so we'll have to work a bit harder, Okuda-ba said. It's part of my duty, no problem. Lu Ziyu immediately agreed. All right. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. Okuda-ba nodded and walked towards Lin Yi under everyone's watchful eyes. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Young hero Lin, what happened before was purely a misunderstanding. What we need the most right now is a lookout. Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Yi directly waved his hand and refused. I don't want to do it. Since you guys don't listen to me, what's the use of being a lookout? Forget it, save your energy. Hearing that, Okuda-ba's face darkened. However, he wasn't a fool. The treasure ship incident on the North Island could be regarded as a groundless rumor, but he had seen it with his own eyes today. This Lin Yi's sailing talent was something he had never seen before in his life. Comparisons were odious and comparisons were odious. Today, he had truly witnessed what it meant to be a super genius born for the sea. One must know that the real lookout on his ship was a veteran who was even more experienced than him. His rich experience was well known in the navigation world. Now, his status and prestige on the ship was only slightly lower than that of the captain. Even the vice captain and the chief officer couldn't compare to him. However, such an experienced senior in the navigation world hadn't been able to discover the horde of sea beasts in time. Instead, Lin Yi had discovered it long ago. If he had followed Lin Yi's warning, there wouldn't have been so many problems afterward, and they wouldn't have been in such a precarious situation. That was not all. After that, Lin Yi's performance in taking over the Starfall formation during the crisis made all the crew members, including Okuda-ba, dumbfounded and even shocked. When they were still having a headache over the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts, Lin Yi had directly targeted the mastermind behind the scenes. They hadn't even found the shadow of the sea dragon, but Lin Yi had already begun to set up a plan to deal with it. Thinking of how he reprimanded Lin Yi for making trouble, Okuda-ba couldn't help but blush. As the captain of a warship, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even see through Lin Yi's plan. Now that he thought about it, the Starfall formation was a huge fucking shame in the hands of the real captain. He couldn't even deal with a few mountain opening stage sea beasts. On the other hand, Lin Yi could even deal with the sea dragon easily. The gap between them wasn't just a little bit, it was like a world of difference. At this time, the disciples of the East Continent who didn't know the inside story were still watching the show. Especially Ren Zhongyuan and the others, they all had a gloating expression on their faces. Lin Yi actually dared to talk to Okuda-ba in this tone. Did he really think that everyone would spoil him in West Island? He even said that he wasn't a lookout anymore. Did he think that he could quit this kind of job just because he wanted to? What an idiot who didn't know what was good for him. Until now, Ren Zhongyuan still hadn't heard the change in Okuda-ba's tone. He was still immersed in his dream of sending Lin Yi into the fire pit. He thought that Okuda-ba deliberately said this in front of everyone to emphasize the importance of being a lookout so that he could punish Lin Yi later. However, what Okuda-ba said next made Ren Zhongyuan and the others' jaws drop. Young hero Lin, I was really careless about what happened before. I sincerely apologize to you for that. This time, not only was everyone dumbfounded, but Lu Ziyu and the others also looked at each other. Even Lin Yi himself couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He really didn't expect this high and mighty captain to be willing to put down his pride and take the initiative to apologize to him in front of so many people. To be honest, I also regret it now. If I had listened to young hero Lin's warning at the first instance, so many things wouldn't have happened. It's just that I felt that there was no danger at the time, and I thought that you were a newbie with insufficient experience, so I took it for granted and didn't believe you. I didn't expect things to turn out like this in the end. It really makes me feel ashamed. Okuda-ba's tone was quite sincere. Lin Yi couldn't help but think highly of this person. He was able to take things in stride and was worthy of being the captain of a ship. Although he seemed like a complete bastard when he stood up for Ren Zhongyuan previously, now it seemed that this person wasn't completely useless and could be considered a top figure. Chapter 4786. No matter what, I have to thank young hero Lin on behalf of everyone on this ship for saving our lives. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be standing here safe and sound. Okuda bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Everyone's eyes widened as if they'd just seen a ghost. The captain was supposed to stand up for Ren Zhongyuan and teach Lin Yi a lesson. How did things turn out like this all of a sudden? Also, what did he mean by thanking Lin Yi for saving his life on behalf of everyone else? What in the world had just happened? Everyone was confused. Ren Zhongyun looked at Okuda with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but want to jump out and ask for an explanation. However, before he could open his mouth, Uncle Okuda shot him a stern look, making him shut up. No need. We're all on the same boat. I'm just trying to protect myself. Lin Yi waved his hand. To be honest, if there were other ways to ensure the safety of Ning Shuefei and the others, with Okuda's previous actions, Lin Yi might not be willing to stand out and save the situation. Even if Lin Yi was willing, that thing might not be willing to help him out so wholeheartedly. After all, this was a sea dragon that was related to him. Who the hell would help a human fight against their own relatives? Even if they were distant relatives that had nothing to do with each other. They still had a dragon in their name. Young hero Lin, you're too humble. No matter what, I have to thank you. Okuda was still very sincere. He invited. I also know that with young hero Lin's ability, it's really a waste of your talent to be a lookout. So, I'm now sincerely inviting you to join my ship in the name of the captain. With young hero Lin's sailing ability, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise you the position of vice captain in the future. There was an uproar. This matter was getting more and more confusing. It was fine if Okuda didn't think of ways to screw over Lin Yi, but why was he trying to rope in Lin Yi? He even put down his status as a corporal and offered the position of vice captain. Everyone was just watching the show, but Ren Zhongyuan was so shocked that his jaw was dislocated. He looked at Okuda Dam in disbelief. What was Uncle Okuda doing? Little did he know that Okuda Ba was only willing to help him deal with Lin Yi because he was giving his father face. However, after last night's battle, Lin Yi's value was far above his father's. If he didn't quickly change his attitude, it would only prove that Okuda Ba was a fool. For a person like Okuda Ba who was used to gallop on the sea, a talented sailing master was absolutely more important than anything else. What 7th level alchemist could not compare to him at all? This was the trump card that could allow him to sit back and relax at sea. Okuda Dam's invitation. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. The position of vice captain was basically on the same level as the vice dean of East Continent College. In order to win him over, the other party didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money. But as much as he was moved, Lin Yi had never planned on doing something like this. Naturally, he wouldn't accept an invitation like this. He shook his head faintly. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this. Please find someone else, Captain. Okuda Ba's expression suddenly froze. Even if the other party was the prince consort of West Island with a promising future, he was still a master in the middle stage of nascent soul after all. Offering such a high-level position as vice captain was already very sincere, but he didn't expect it to be rejected without hesitation. Sure enough, it was not so easy to invite a master. In that case, I won't force you. Okuda Ba had to smile bitterly. Although he was very disappointed, he also knew that people like Lin Yi had to be on good terms with as many ways as possible. In this way, there might be a chance in the future. Otherwise, if he continued to offend people like this, he would only make himself an unimaginably strong enemy. With Lin Yi's amazing performance in the battle last night, he now couldn't help but start to doubt Lin Yi's background. At least one thing was for sure. This guy was not as simple as the prince consort of West Island or a disciple of North Island. There must be a more powerful and terrifying background behind him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to master the starfall formation so skillfully. After all, this kind of thing was hard to come by, whether it was in West Island or North Island. However, Okuda Ba didn't give up so easily. Instead, he suggested, "This time, my ship's vitality is greatly damaged. If there's no powerful person to personally control it, there may be more trouble on the way. So I have a presumptuous request, and I hope young Master Lin will consider it seriously." "Oh, just say it." Lin Yi frowned slightly. He had changed a lot about this guy now. At least he didn't hate him as much as before. If it wasn't an outrageous request, it wouldn't be a problem to agree. After all, they were still on this warship. If something went wrong, they would definitely be in trouble. "I want to invite young Master Lin to control this warship together. Don't worry, this time there won't be a mistake like before. All the crew members on this warship will carefully follow young Master Lin's every order. I wonder if young Master Lin can help me?" Okutaba paused, then added, "Of course, this needs a good reason. An honorary vice-captain position should be just right. Young Master Lin, don't worry, this won't affect anything else you do. If you want to go, just go. There's no need to be entangled." "You want me to control this warship together?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He didn't care about the honorary vice-captain position at all, but he was very interested in the opportunity to control an ancient warship of this scale. Even if one didn't have a sailor's dream of riding the sea, as long as one was a man, they would be instinctively interested in these things. Guns, cannons, carriages, horses, especially a super warship that represented the ultimate power. This was something that was destined in their bones. Lin Yi was no exception. As an assassin, Lin Yi had piloted planes and cannons in the mortal world, but he had never piloted a warship before. Especially after personally controlling a super-killing formation like the Starfall Matrix, Lin Yi actually had a tendency to love it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Even though he had only listened to the ghost's orders and played the chess pieces, using the Starfall Matrix to fight against a super overlord of the sea like the Sea Dragon, and even beat it until it ran away in panic. That feeling was extremely satisfying, and he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Chapter 4787. "Okay, I can promise you that, but I have a condition." Lin Yi's tone was still calm. "Young hero Lin, please say it," Okutaba quickly said. "That guy is too much of an eyesore. Let him stay in his room. Don't let me see him, it's annoying." Lin Yi pointed in the direction of Ren Zhongyuan. "Someone send Ren Zhongyuan back to his room. He is not allowed to step out of his room until we reach East Continent." Okutaba immediately gave the order without hesitation. This kind of condition was not a loss to him at all. Even if he put Ren Zhongyuan in confinement, Ren Zhongyuan's father would not dare to fall out with him because of such a small matter. Everything would be the same and there would be no change at all. "Uncle Okuda, don't. You are good friends with my father. How can you help an outsider?" Ren Zhongyuan immediately shouted in exasperation. He never would have thought that this would happen. Not only did Okutaba not help to deal with Lin Yi, but he also wanted to please Lin Yi to deal with him. What the hell was this? "Noisy. What are you waiting for?" Okutaba frowned. Immediately, the crew guards came over and dragged Ren Zhongyuan away. Ren Zhongyuan could not use his true chi now. He was a complete cripple. He could not even struggle. He could only be dragged away like a dog. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. They were so shocked that they could not close their mouths for a long time. This time they deeply understood two old sayings. One was the Wheel of Fortune, and the other was the flip of a book. Okutaba turned a deaf ear to Ren Zhongyuan's heart-wrenching scream, and turned to look at Lin Yi with a smile. "Young hero Lin, is this okay?" "Yes." Lin Yi nodded. He had a better understanding of this guy. He was indeed capable, but he was also black-hearted and thick-skinned. He had to be careful when dealing with this kind of guy. Don't be fooled by his straightforward appearance. He could easily sell you out in the blink of an eye. Okutaba smiled in satisfaction. Although he did not succeed in getting Lin Yi on board this time, it was not unacceptable. It was just an honorary vice-captain position. He did not even need to pay a salary to get a sailing expert. No matter how one looked at it, this deal was not a loss. Having become the honorary vice-captain, Lin Yi's status on the warship instantly rose to a level where he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. Even the original vice-captain and first officer had to be polite to him, and the treatment he received was so high that even Lu Ziyu could not help but feel envious. She repeatedly sighed that people really could not be compared with each other. After an uneventful day, the warship once again set sail amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lin Yi wandered around the various important cabins when he had nothing to do. These were the things that interested him the most. In any case, he was the honorary vice-captain. In order to rope him in, Okutaba had never stopped Lin Yi. From the captain's point of view, if Lin Yi could control the Starfall formation so well, what other secrets could there be? If they were to talk about secrets, the Starfall formation was the core secret. Lin Yi knew much more than them. As for the lookout tower, Lin Yi did not go up there again. Okutaba only asked him to look after it when he was free. If there was any danger ahead, he did not even need to go up to the lookout tower to know. He could easily get people to avoid it in advance. He was much more accurate and timely than the original veteran lookout. After doing this a few times, the reputation of being a genius navigator spread like wildfire. Lin Yi had inadvertently become a rising star in the world of navigation. He had become a rising star in the world of navigation. Ning Shuofei was even happier than Lin Yi about Lin Yi's extraordinary treatment. Her face was filled with pride. This was not simply a wife taking pride in her husband. She was much more interested in this ancient warship than Lin Yi. It was a good opportunity for her to openly learn from him and make preparations for the future. Huiyuti, on the other hand, was rather helpless. Because Ning Shuofei had been following him everywhere, she no longer had the chance to spend time alone with Lin Yi. As for the bold idea that she had on the lookout tower, she did not even dare to think about it. She could only bury it deep in her heart for the time being. After a whole month at sea, the warship finally entered the legendary Yellow Sea of the East Continent. Although it had only been a few years since he came to the Heavenly Island, Lin Yi could be considered to have seen a lot. Not only the North Island but also the Middle Island, the South Island, and the West Island. However, seeing the scene in front of him this time, he could not help but be shocked. Big. Very big. This was Lin Yi's first reaction when he saw the Yellow Sea of the East Continent. The North and West Islands' docks were many times smaller than the one in front of him. This was a true superport that stretched as far as the eye could see. If it was only the size of the port, it would be fine. The key was that the ships parked in front of him were too spectacular. Looking from afar, more than half of them were treasure ships, and there were even a few huge warships parked among them. As for those ordinary ships, even if they were super ships with huge tonnage, they did not seem to be presentable in this place at all. They were simply like small fishing boats parked beside these giants of the sea. They would be too embarrassed to even greet people when they walked out. Treasure ships, warships, didn't they say that these things are very rare? Why are they everywhere here? Lin Yi could not help but swallow his saliva. Previously, he thought that owning a treasure ship was already very awesome. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was too naive. He really had not seen the world. That's right. Not to mention ancient warships, even treasure ships are very rare strategic goods. It's just that more than 80% of the treasure ships of the 5 great heavenly islands are concentrated in the East Continent. That's why they look so similar. This kind of scene can never be seen in other places. Huiyuti explained with a smile. I see. Lin Yi nodded. He could not help but praise in his heart. The East Continent was indeed worthy of being the largest and strongest island in the Heavenly Islands. Seeing it today, it really deserved its reputation. Accompanied by a low port call, the warship finally slowly approached the shore. Ren Zhongyuan, who had been confined for a whole month, was finally released. This time, he did not dare to come and find trouble. Now even Okuda Dam was helping Lin Yi. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that there was nothing he could do. He glared at Lin Yi and the others from afar. Their faces were full of resentment and unwillingness. Ran Zhongyuan Yi Xiaotian and the others could only resentfully disembark the ship and leave in a hurry. They did not even bid farewell to Huiyuti before disappearing into the crowd. They probably did not have the face to harass Huiyuti for the time being. Lin Yi and the others were more than happy to see this. These annoying guys all had extraordinary backgrounds. They could not kill them. Although they could make the other party suffer a loss by taking the initiative to approach them, they would inevitably be in a bad mood. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Chapter 4788. But what made people speechless was that he was only attentive to Lin Yi, while Lu Ziyu, who had the highest status, was instead given the cold shoulder. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you very much, Captain Okuda. We'll meet again. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. After interacting with him for this period of time, he realized that this person was actually not too bad. Other than the fact that he would turn hostile as quickly as flipping a book, he did not have any other major problems. Although he knew that the other party was doing this purely to rope him in, having a friend who owned an ancient warship might come in handy one day. Bon voyage and we'll meet again. Okuda-ba laughed heartily. Those who were not familiar with him would really be fooled by this guy's image. If anyone really thought that he was honest and straightforward, they would definitely be cheated until their faces bled in the future. After disembarking, the group of East Continent disciples all came over to bid farewell to Lu Ziyu, then left in 2s and 3s, returning to their respective homes. However, Lu Ziyu, Lin Yi, and the others did not immediately set off for Morning Pride Academy, but found a nearby inn to stay temporarily. There was no other reason than that they had to solve a very important problem in the next few days. Which academy were they going to? Ning Shangling did not give a clear answer to this question, only saying that Ning Shuefei could choose for herself. As for Lin Yi, he would obviously go wherever Ning Shuefei went. Along the way, Lu Ziyu had specially asked Ning Shuefei this question several times, but it was a pity that this girl was busy peeking at the secrets of the ancient warship, and did not seriously consider it at all. That was why it had dragged on until now. Lu Ziyu could only helplessly drag it out. Her mission was to personally send Ning Shuefei to school, and she could not just leave now. Lu Ziyu, Ning Shuefei, Hua Yudi, and Lin Yi sat around a table, staring at each other. There was a huge pile of information on the table, and it included all the Huangstep academies in the East Continent. If they wanted to finish reading all the information, they would have to spend a lot of effort. If they wanted to finish reading all the information, Lin Yi roughly estimated that it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Ning Shuefei felt a headache coming on. Not to mention her, even if it was Lin Yi, he would not be able to handle it. To find the one that he liked the most among so many academies was like finding a needle in a haystack. How could it be easy? Why don't you recommend one to me? Ning Shuefei had to ask for help with tears in her eyes. Everyone looked at each other. Neither Lu Ziyu nor Hua Yudi said anything. Helping Ning Shuefei choose an academy could be a big or small matter. If this was spread by someone with ulterior motives, and they were accused of interfering in the internal affairs of West Island, they would die of injustice. Even if Ning Shangling had no objections, the other academies in the East Continent would definitely be dissatisfied. If they could recruit Ning Shuefei, the princess of the West Island, into the academy, it would be a major event for any academy in the East Continent. To a certain extent, this was a special honor that only first-rate academies could enjoy. Therefore, this matter could only be decided by Ning Shuefei herself. Lu Ziyu did not want to be the subject of gossip. Helpless, Ning Shuefei could only turn to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not have much scruples about this. He was the son-in-law of West Island, and he had enough say in this matter. How about going to Morning Star Academy? Lin Yi thought about it and said. This was the East Continent Academy that he knew the earliest, and both Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were there. As long as Ning Shuefei became the disciple of the divine nun of Donghai, they could take care of each other after they went there. Of course, there was a selfish motive in this. Lin Yi just wanted to take the opportunity to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. It had been 2 years since they parted at the South Continent Sea. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss the 2 girls. This was the perfect opportunity. Ning Shuefei did not care about this at all. She would do whatever Lin Yi said. In the end, when she was about to nod and agree, Lu Ziyu, who was at the side, suddenly interrupted her righteously. No. Why? Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei could not help but be stunned. I'm Feifei's recommendation. Although this doesn't mean that Feifei has to enter our Morning Pride Academy, with this layer of relationship, she can't enter the Morning Star Academy, because that's our academy's greatest competitor. Lu Ziyu said firmly. There's such a thing? Lin Yi was instantly surprised. He knew of such an academy, but it turned out to be Morning Pride Academy's archenemy. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? That's right. Don't you realize that these 2 names are very similar? Lu Ziyu asked with a bitter smile. Morning Pride. Morning Star? Now that you mention it, it's only a difference of 1 word. Isn't this a coincidence? Lin Yi said curiously. He had not thought in this direction before, and thought it was just a coincidence. The naming of an academy is a huge matter. How can it be a coincidence? Actually, these 2 academies were originally one, but because of a major incident they split up. Afterwards they did not interact with each other, and the estrangement grew deeper and deeper, leading to the current situation. Lu Ziyu said with a sigh. So that's how it is. Lin Yi could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Letting Ning Shuefei go to Morning Star was originally his most ideal plan, but now it seemed like there was no chance. Then what should we do? Ning Shuefei was suddenly at a loss. I'm also at my wit's end. I only know of Morning Star. I've never heard of any other academies. Linny shrugged helplessly. Seeing that the two of them were at a loss, Lu Ziyu said, "Actually, for a princess of the West Island like Fei, Golden Step Academy is just a springboard. In the future, she will definitely go to the East Continent's profound Steppe Sea region to further her studies. This is just her first stop, so as long as it's a top-ranked Golden Step Academy, any one of them will do." "Then why don't you just stay at our Morning Pride Academy? We can keep each other company." Hua Yudi's eyes suddenly lit up. She did not have as many misgivings as Lu Ziyu, and it was not a big problem for her to say something like this. After all, she and Ning Xuefei were best friends, and if Ning Xuefei stayed at Morning Pride Academy, Linny would definitely stay for a period of time, so it was killing two birds with one stone. She did not want to bid farewell to Linny so soon. "Okay." Ning Xuefei nodded repeatedly. Lu Ziyu looked at this scene and smiled with gratification, but in the end he still shook his head and said, "I originally thought so too, but it's a pity that there just had to be no quota this year. It's really too regretful." "No quota?" Linny was stunned. There was even a quota for this? When it came to Ning Xuefei, the princess of the West Island, normal academies would fight to the death for her. Who would push away something as small as a quota? Chapter 4789. Linny suddenly didn't know what to say. Because Lu Ziyu was the person who recommended Chen Jiao, she couldn't go to Chen Xing, and because Chen Xing didn't let go of the rigid rules, she couldn't go to Chen Jiao either. After thinking about it, he could only use one word to describe it: fuck. Then what should we do? Ning Xuefei also had a headache. "For now, you can only go to a nearby academy and stay for 1 or 2 years, then come back to our Chen Jiao." Lu Ziyu said a method that wasn't really a solution. She had personally promised Ning Shangling that she would take good care of Ning Xuefei. If they were too far away, it would be hard for her to take care of Ning Xuefei, and then she would go back on her words. "Are there any good academies nearby?" Ning Xuefei asked. "Soaring Cloud Academy. Its strength is considered top-notch among the Huang Stage academies, and it's not far from our Chanjiao Academy. Also, our relationship has always been good. You can enter as long as you say hello. Fei, what do you think?" Lu Ziyu suggested. "Soaring Cloud? Isn't that the academy of Ren Kaizi and the others?" Ning Xuefei couldn't help but purse her lips. Ever since Hua Yudi called Kong Mingming a Kaizi, the word Kaizi had become a general term for those annoying people. Kong Mingming was Kong Kaizi, and Ren Zhongyuan was Ren Kaizi. Linny and Hua Yudi couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it was a bit too much to look down on Soaring Cloud Academy because of Ren Zhongyuan and the others, it really wasn't a good impression. Especially once they went to Soaring Cloud Academy, they would definitely be pestered by Ren Zhongyuan and the others. Moreover, it would be their home ground and it would be very annoying. Lu Ziyu saw their concerns and smiled as she explained, "You don't have to worry about this. With your identity as the Princess of the West Island, after you go there, you will definitely be the most valued disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy. No matter how brave Ren Zhongyuan is, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Even if he isn't convinced, his father will also stop him. I will specially announce this to the higher-ups of their academy." This. Ning Xuefei turned to look at Lin Yi hesitantly, wanting Lin Yi to make a decision for her. Since that's the case, then listen to Vice Dean Lu and go to Soaring Cloud Academy. In this way, Fei, you can always get together with Yudi. Otherwise, if you live too far away, you might not even see her once a year. That would be too lonely and boring. Linny immediately nodded. This was also for the sake of making it convenient for Lu Ziyu to come over and take care of them. As for Ren Zhongyuan and the other clowns, they were a little annoying, but as long as they were given a bit of suffering and a good warning, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Yi's standards were not so low that he would take these people seriously. "Okay, I will go to the Soaring Cloud Academy." Ning Xuefei nodded her head and agreed. She would do whatever Lin Yi said. She would not worry about these things at all. "All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go." Lu Ziyu glanced at Lin Yi approvingly, looking like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more pleasing she felt. Not only was this child powerful and resourceful, what was even rarer was that he was so understanding and reasonable. He was practically the best choice to be her disciple's son-in-law. It was a pity that Ning Shangling had beaten her to it. Alas, Hua Yudi was also quite happy about this. In this way, not only could she get together with Ning Shuefei often, but she could also take the opportunity to spend a few more days with Lin Yi. After all, she had been to the Soaring Cloud Academy many times before, so she could be considered to be familiar with the way. The four of them immediately set off. Regardless of whether it was the Morning Pride Academy or the Soaring Cloud Academy, they were both thousands of miles away from the harbor. However, it was very convenient to rent flying spirit beasts here. It only took them 2 hours to travel this distance. After flying over the vast forest and the various large and small villages scattered in the forest, the four of them soon arrived at the square of the Soaring Cloud Academy. There were many pavilions and the atmosphere was solemn. Although Soaring Cloud Academy was only one of the many yellow rank academies, its overall scale and layout were not much worse than the 3 pavilions in the North Island and the palace in the West Island. In particular, any young disciple here was at least a master above the gold core stage, which made people secretly shocked. It was indeed true that the East Continent Academy was a place where geniuses gathered. In terms of average strength, the other heaven rank islands might not be able to compare with this academy. Of course, not all the disciples here were natives of the East Continent. Many of them were elites from other islands. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a magnificent gathering of talents. Lu Ziyu led Lin Yi and the other 2 to the front hall of the academy. At this time, after receiving the report, the higher-ups of the academy had already been waiting here. However, the scene was not as magnificent as Lin Yi had imagined. With Ning Shuefei's identity as the princess of the West Island, he had thought that the higher-ups of the academy would appear together. However, there was only a gentle and elegant woman waiting for them. This was not because the higher-ups of the Soaring Cloud Academy were putting on airs, but because as a yellow rank academy in the East Continent, they were at the very least reserved. No matter what the identity of the person who came was, she was just a disciple. If they made such a grand ceremony for the first time, then these disciples with special identities would all be lawless. It would be difficult to discipline them in the future. Xingma, long time no see. Lu Ziyu smiled and walked over. At the same time, she turned her head and introduced to the others. This is the Vice Dean of the Soaring Cloud Academy, Chan Xingma. This is the Princess of the West Island, Ning Shuefei, and the son-in-law Lin Yi. Greetings, Vice Dean Chen. Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei hurriedly greeted. Auntie Chen. Hui Yudi smiled and hugged the woman's arm. Looking at their intimate behavior, they should be very familiar with each other. Hello, the dean just told me that Feifei will follow me to cultivate in the future. Is that okay? Chen Xingma nodded slightly and said with a smile. As for Lin Yi, she didn't mention him. Obviously, she knew that Lin Yi was only here to send Ning Shuefei over, and didn't plan to enter the academy to cultivate. Yes, Feifei greets master. Ning Shuefei obediently returned to the etiquette of a disciple. Even if she was only following Chan Xingma to cultivate temporarily, she was still a proper master. Okay. The corners of Chan Xingma's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. She was originally beautiful and intellectual, and now she seemed even more gentle and pleasant, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Lin Yi praised in his heart. He was very satisfied with his first impression of Ning Shuefei as his new master. Although they were both vice dean of the academy, Chan Xingma's temperament was completely different from Lu Ziyu's. Lu Ziyu was straightforward and had a sense of chivalry, while Chan Xingma was gentle and elegant. They were 2 completely different types of people. Although this kind of temperament wasn't as strong as Lu Ziyu, with Ning Shuefei's identity, no one would dare to provoke her. It didn't matter whether she was strong or not, as long as she could take good care of her. Just from this point alone, Chan Xingma was more suitable than Lu Ziyu. After greeting each other, Chan Xingma asked people to arrange rooms for them, while she personally took them to visit the Soaring Cloud Academy. The Soaring Cloud Academy occupied a large area, and there was even a mountain behind it. Chan Xingma took them to each place and made a few comments. However, the perspective of her comments was very personal. Chapter 4790. If it was another high-level official who brought people to visit their college, of course they would inevitably praise it, especially a powerful and resource-rich college like Soaring Cloud Academy. They would introduce it well. However, Chan Xingma didn't mention a word about this. Every time she opened her mouth, she would comment on the scenery and the atmosphere. She was really an intellectual woman. However, in addition to the scenery, Chen Xingma introduced a little bit about the various arrays in the college. Although she didn't say much, her words were accurate. It could be seen that she should have a lot of knowledge and research on arrays, which was quite to Ning Shuofei's liking. In recent years, this girl had been researching a single direction, and that was how to combine forging and array formations. In particular, how to complement Han Jingjing in the future. This was an extremely important topic. Unfortunately, she was not proficient in array formations and was only a dabbler. This time, she would be able to learn from her master. It was worth mentioning that on the way to visit the college, they also met a few familiar faces. It was Ran Zhongyuan and the others who had returned earlier. Seeing Lin Yi and Ning Shuofei suddenly appear in this place, they were obviously stunned for a moment, but perhaps because of Chen Xingma's presence, or perhaps because of the lingering fear of the previous loss, Ran Zhongyuan didn't directly bring his people to cause trouble. He just looked at Lin Yi from a distance and turned away. Brother Ren, they have appeared in our academy at this time. This means that they are preparing to enroll here. This is a chance for revenge. Yi Xiaotian sneered as he looked at the backs of Lin Yi and the others. Humph, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. How dare they come to my Soaring Cloud Academy? Do they really think that I can't do anything to them? Ren Zhongyuan snorted coldly. Back on the warship, Lin Yi's casual words had caused Okuda to lock him up for a whole month. Ren Zhongyuan was pissed off just thinking about it. He was the one with the initiative and Okuda was supposed to be on his side. But somehow the kid had gotten all the limelight, and even Okuda was praising him to the point where he was helping Lin Yi against him. This matter could not be tolerated. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Ren Zhongyuan couldn't come up with any solution now. He knew that this matter could only be considered in the long run. Otherwise, if he acted recklessly again, he might suffer even more. Now, he was already a cripple who couldn't use his qi. If he was beaten again, it was possible that he would be crippled for life. Brother Ren, do you have any ideas? Yi Xiaotian asked. Not yet. Don't be anxious. Wait for me to recover my strength first. Since they want to cultivate here, we'll have plenty of time to kill them. Ren Zhongyuan said with a stern expression. He had to admit that he had underestimated Lin Yi too much before. That was why he had suffered so many losses. Although he had been under house arrest in the room for the past month, Yi Xiaotian and the others had already inquired about Lin Yi's situation. They knew that this kid was far from being as simple as he looked. He was a real tough guy. If you want to beat him, you must hit the snake where it hurts. After saying this, Ren Zhongyuan immediately said goodbye to Yi Xiaotian and the others and returned to his manor. This was a top-notch mansion with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. After all, this was the residence of the chief alchemist of Shangyun Academy. His status was even higher than that of the deputy dean. Only the dean could barely suppress him. As soon as Ren Zhongyuan entered the gate, he was interrupted by a majestic reprimand. How can you be so impulsive? He looked in the direction of the voice. In the garden next to him, a middle-aged man was watering the flowers. He was thin and had an awe-inspiring aura, giving people a sense of oppression. This person was Ren Zhongyuan's father, Ren Tianso. Fa. Father. Ren Zhongyuan quickly squeezed out a respectful expression. Although he was arrogant and domineering outside, in front of his father, the chief alchemist, he usually didn't even dare to breathe. Ren Tianso nodded slightly and continued to carefully water the flowers and plants next to him. These were rare elixirs that he had spent a lot of money to ask someone to send. Any one of them was a priceless treasure, so he had to take care of them himself. After carefully watering all the elixirs, Ren Tianso turned his head to look at his son. After taking a look, he suddenly frowned. You're poisoned. Yes. Ren Zhongyuan nodded with an ugly expression on his face. This was a humiliation he had never experienced before. A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's qi was something he couldn't handle. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh their heads off. Come here. Ren Tianso put his hand on the acupuncture point on his son's wrist. After pondering for a moment, he tried to inject qi to resolve it. However, the next moment, his face suddenly became a little ugly. He said in a deep voice, Who did you meet and what happened? Tell me the whole story. Don't miss a word. Ren Zhongyuan had no choice but to do as he was told. Starting from the first time he met Lin Yi, he carefully recounted everything that had happened, not daring to exaggerate or exaggerate. He could only tell the truth without missing a word. This was the summary of his experience since he was a child. As long as he told the truth, no matter what happened, his father would stand on his side. However, if there was any concealment or lies, it would not escape his father's eyes. His ending would definitely be worse than now. Lin Yi, even a realistic person like Okuda-ba holds him in high esteem. So this is really an amazing young man? Ren Tianxua couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In my opinion, this person's methods are indeed strange and unfathomable. It's just that they're all crooked methods. Most likely, there's a reason for his mistake in sailing. The most hateful thing is that this brat actually dared to poison people in public. He's really sinister and cunning. Ren Zhongyuan gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction. This is your conclusion? Ren Tianxua looked at him coldly. My son. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he did think so. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, he wouldn't have suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Yi. Was this wrong? How could I, Ren Tianxua, give birth to such a fool like you? Ignorant and narrow-minded. Ren Tianxua suddenly felt a little disappointed and snorted coldly. Okuda-ba has dominated the sea for 300 years. Do you think his insight is worse than yours? Also, do you still think that you've been poisoned? Was it not? Ren Zhongyuan was stunned. Chapter 4791. It's not poisonous gas? Then what is it? Ren Zhongyuan said weakly, shrinking his neck. This is just a strand of genuine qi. It's not a poisonous technique at all. It's just that the composition of the genuine qi is a bit special. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you practice both elixirs and medicine? Ren Tianxua said angrily. Just a strand of genuine qi? That's impossible. Whose genuine qi would be so complicated? It covers all 5 basic attributes. Ren Zhongyuan still didn't believe it. That's why I said you're a frog in a well. You don't even understand that there's always someone better out there. You deserve to suffer. You're lucky you didn't die outside. Ren Tianxua stared at him, frowned, and carefully tried to resolve it for him. However, it was to no avail. Ren Tianxua shook his head and said, that young man named Lin Yi is really not simple. Even I can't resolve his genuine qi. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Then what should we do? Ren Zhongyuan immediately panicked. He thought it would be easy to resolve it with his father's means. He didn't expect it to be so tricky. If he couldn't resolve it as soon as possible, wouldn't he become a cripple who couldn't circulate his genuine qi for the rest of his life? Seems that normal means won't work. We can only refine it together with elixirs. However, you have to be mentally prepared. I guess it won't work until a month or so, Ren Tianxua said in a low voice. Only then did Ren Zhongyuan heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt incomparably sad. Even with his father's help, he still had to work hard for a month to refine a wisp of true qi. Wasn't this a little too strange? By the way, you just said that the guy named Lin Yi also came to our academy? Ren Tianxua suddenly asked. Yes, this guy is too much. Father, you have to help me. Ren Zhongyuan was immediately overjoyed. If he could encourage his father to personally take action, not to mention a mere Lin Yi, even if 10 people came, they wouldn't know how they died. Help? You provoked him and he spared your life. Do you want me to help you? Ren Tianxua frowned again. With a cold snort, he warned. This kid is unfathomable. You better pay attention in the future. Don't always think of stirring up trouble. I don't have the time to clean up after you. After all, he was the chief alchemist. Ren Tianxua's foresight was far greater than Ren Zhongyuan's. Although he was dissatisfied with Lin Yi, he could only punish his own son no matter how big a mistake he made. This was a common problem for most parents. However, he was only a little dissatisfied. It was not to the point where he would personally deal with Lin Yi. Only by keeping a low profile could one live a long life. This was Ren Tianxua's philosophy of life. If it weren't for this belief, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current position step by step. He knew that once he stopped keeping a low profile, it might be the beginning of his demise. Therefore, he endured as much as he could. When Ren Zhongyuan heard this, he gritted his teeth unwillingly. However, in the face of his strict father, he did not dare to say anything. He could only silently suppress the hatred in his heart. He was not as far-sighted as his father. He had always been vengeful. These days he had been completely blinded by hatred. It was impossible for him to stop now. The next day, Ren Zhongyuan ignored his father's order to recuperate at home and found an opportunity to sneak out. He gathered with Yi Xiaotian, Li Yuzhou, and Sun Baolu again. The four of them booked a luxury box in a restaurant inside the academy. They discussed the big plan together. Brother Ren, has the poison in your body been resolved? Yi Xiaotian and the others asked as soon as they met. Don't mention it. My old man said it would take a month to refine it. Just thinking about it makes me feel unlucky. Ren Zhongyuan curled his lips in annoyance. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Ren Tianxua took so long to deal with it. This poison was really difficult to deal with. By the way, Brother Ren, I found out something today. Lin Yi doesn't seem to have any plans to enter our academy, Yi Xiaotian suddenly said. What? Then what are they doing here? Ren Zhongyuan asked curiously. I saw Ning Xuefei's name in the latest disciple list, but I didn't see Lin Yi. I guess he is just accompanying Ning Xuefei this time and will leave soon. So if we want to find him for revenge, we have to hurry up. Otherwise, it will be difficult if we wait for this kid to run away. Yi Xiaotian pinched his chin and said, No, it wasn't easy for him to come here. We can't let this kid run away like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. You guys quickly think of a way. Ren Zhongyuan frowned and urged. The group looked at each other speechless. Everyone here wanted to kill Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's strength was there for all to see. The incident of Lin Yi sending Scarface flying with a slap had been brought up again and again, and it was hard for them not to know about it. Especially now that Ren Zhongyuan himself was a cripple. How was he supposed to fight Lin Yi? Li Yuzhou, Sun Baolu, your lives were saved by me. Now is the time for you guys to come in handy. It wasn't easy for us to come to our own territory. Can't you even think of a way to deal with Lin Yi? Both of you are useless. Why are your heads on your necks? Ren Zhongyuan raised his hand and slapped each of them. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu covered their red cheeks and asked Yi Xiaotian for help with grievances. Even Brother Ren can't think of a good idea. How can you blame us? Yi Xiaotian ignored them. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Ren, with our strength, we probably aren't that kid's opponent in a head-on battle. But if we alarm our backer because of this, it will seem like we are making a big fuss over a minor issue. It seems that there is only one way left. What way? Ren Zhongyuan asked quickly. Misfortune flows to the east. Yi Xiaotian smiled coldly. What misfortune flows to the east? Brother Yi, quickly tell me in detail. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly became spirited. Let's not talk about this first. When I came back yesterday I heard something. The one with the surname Lung seems to have returned. Yi Xiaotian said. The one with the surname Lung? You mean Lung Ruffing? Didn't that guy go to the Mystic Steppe Sea region? Why did he suddenly come back? Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but feel strange. Speaking of this person, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth a little because this person was once his and Yi Xiaotian's sworn enemy. Although his background wasn't as deep as theirs, this person's strength was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Among the Academy's disciples of the same generation, he and Yi Xiaotian couldn't handle him at all. But 2 years ago, this person brought a female companion to the Mystic Steppe Sea region. At that time Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian celebrated, but they didn't expect this guy to suddenly come back. Chapter 4792. The beauty pill was a 7th grade medicinal pill. It could be said to be a super enhanced version of the beauty pill. After taking it, not only could a woman maintain her youth forever, but it could also make her skin and face reborn. Even a disfigured ugly person could transform into a fairy after taking it. It could be said to be a priceless treasure that all women in the world would scramble for. Beauty pill. Ren Zhongyuan rolled his eyes and immediately knew why Yi Xiaotian mentioned this. He said excitedly, My father was entrusted by someone to refine a group of beauty pills a while ago. It's not difficult to get one from them. Brother Yi, you mean you want me to use this beauty pill to win over Lung Rufin? Wrong, on the contrary, we want to give this beauty pill to Ning Xuefei. Yi Xiaotian smiled mysteriously. Give it to Ning Shuefei? Ren Zhongyuan looked at him in confusion. Using the beauty pill to win over Lung Rufin and use this to make Lung Rufin cause trouble for Lin Yi. This was the logic of a normal person. What was the point of giving it to Ning Shuefei? Brother Ren, think about it. With Lung Rufin's stone-like personality, even if you give him a beauty pill, are you sure you can order him around? Yi Xiaotian asked instead of answering. This may not be true. Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but shake his head. Lung Rufin was not only ridiculously strong, but his personality was also very unyielding. Even if this kind of person was pinched on his weakness, there was no hope of making him obedient. His most likely reaction would be to fight to the death with you. In particular, there were many conflicts between them. Lung Rufin's disdain for the two of them was obvious on his face. It was basically impossible for him to be willing to be a fighter for them. So, a beauty pill alone is not enough to order him around. At most, it can only be used as a pretense to stir up trouble. Let's give the beauty pill to Ning Shuefei. Then on the way, coincidentally, his woman heard it. Brother Ren, what do you think will happen next? Yi Xiaotian smiled slyly. Brilliant. His woman is seeking death because of her disfigurement. She can only watch as a beauty pill passes in front of her. If she can resist snatching it, I will write the word run upside down. Ren Zhongyuan excitedly slapped his thigh. That's it. As long as his woman takes action against Ning Shuefei, Lin Yi will definitely take action as well. At that time, the man surnamed Lung won't be able to stay out of it. It's said that he is infatuated with her, and will do anything for his woman. Yi Xiaotian said proudly. This could be seen from the fact that Lung Rufin was willing to accompany his woman back from the Mystic Steppe Sea region. If it was anyone else, they would only have a 1 in 10,000 chance to continue staying in the Mystic Steppe Sea region. He would never come back even if he was beaten to death. Good plan. Good plan. Ren Zhongyuan sighed repeatedly. After thinking for a while, he added, if they don't fight at that time, we can also expose the fact that Lin Yi has the Thunder Xian vine. The beauty pill and the Thunder Xian pill are what his woman needs the most right now. It's impossible for Lung Shouting not to be tempted. The two of them spoke one after another, and a perfect plan was quickly formed. After discussing it, Ren Zhongyuan immediately went home to get the beauty pill. He wanted to see Lin Yi suffer. He didn't want to wait any longer. Taking advantage of Ren Tiansuo's absence, Ren Zhongyuan took out the beauty pill with ease and came out to discuss it with Yi Xiaotian. In addition, he found a reliable younger brother to be responsible for delivering the pill. After all, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were too eye-catching. Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei would definitely not believe them. This younger brother's name was Qian Rui. After listening to the instructions, he solemnly took the beauty pill from Ren Zhongyuan's hand and waved it at Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, who were standing at the side. He chuckled and said, Brotherly brother son, you two have a good rest. This younger brother promises to do a good job on this errand. Just wait and see. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were so angry that they grinned. They were both Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian's younger brothers. The two of them had been suppressing Qian Rui. They didn't expect that this time they would give him a chance to turn things around. It was really fucking annoying. But even if they were unhappy, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch Qian Rui walk away. Once this matter was settled, Qian Rui might really be able to make a comeback. Who told them to put themselves in trouble because of the photo incident? Humming a song along the way, Qian Rui followed Ren Zhongyuan's instructions and wandered to a courtyard. This was Lung Rufin's former residence. Because the place was secluded and suitable for recuperation, he snatched it back from others after returning from the Mystic Steppe Sea area. Except for Lung Rufin and his woman, no one would come here at other times. Qian Rui poked his head out and observed for a while, but there was no movement inside. According to the intelligence, Lung Rufin went to the business district early this morning. He should be trying to find a way to get the beauty pill and the Thunder Xian pill, so now only his disfigured woman Yang Qianxue was left here. Speaking of Yang Qianxue, this woman used to be a highly respected cold goddess in the Soaring Cloud Academy. Both her beauty and strength were first class in the academy. Otherwise, Lung Rufin wouldn't have taken a fancy to her, let alone followed him to the Mystic Steppe Sea area for further study. After all, that kind of place couldn't be taken care of by others. One had to be strong enough. Qian Rui licked his lips and carefully walked around the courtyard wall to the backyard. He peeped inside through the thin gap in the fence. As expected, he found Yang Qianxue in the pavilion in the backyard. Although her face was disfigured, this woman still made people's imagination run wild just by looking at her back. After all, she used to be a goddess. After confirming Yang Qianxue's location, Qian Rui immediately tiptoed back to the front yard and deliberately said to himself, "Where on earth does this woman named Ning Shuofei live? The old shopkeeper is really muddle-headed. He urges me to send the beauty pill to this Miss Ning as a congratulatory gift, but he doesn't give me the specific address. How can I find her? Alas." His voice was neither loud nor soft. After saying this, Qian Rui exerted his divine sense with all his strength. As expected, Yang Qianxue, who was sitting in the backyard lifelessly, suddenly moved. Done. Qian Rui's heart skipped a beat, and he ran without hesitation. His strength was only at the early stage of nascent soul, and even if the other party was seriously injured, she was still at the peak of nascent soul. If he moved a little slower and was intercepted on the spot, it would be a big joke. Qian Rui's speed was extremely fast. After coming out of this secluded courtyard, he went straight to the newcomer's courtyard. According to the rules, every new disciple must live here for the first year. This was a rigid rule, even with Ning Shuofei's identity. Of course, only official disciples had this qualification. Nominal disciples were not included. Chapter 4793. Every year, there would be dozens of people in the welcome pavilion, but the newcomer courtyard would usually only have 4 or 5 people. Rarely would there be more than 10 people. After all, this was the Eastern Continent Academy that only accepted genius disciples. Every year there were only a few newcomers. At this time, Lin Yi and Ning Shuofei were chatting in the courtyard. There was no one else around. Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi had gone back to the Morning Pride Academy in the morning. It would probably be a few days before they could meet again. Chen Xingma had also gone out, so there were only the 2 of them left. Didn't they say that the new disciples live here? Why haven't I seen a single new disciple since yesterday? Ning Shuofei asked as she leaned on the stone table. It's probably not time yet. The major sects usually recruit disciples in spring or autumn. I think it's the same for the East Continent academies. Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the Morning Star Academy. Maybe the Soaring Cloud Academy was doing the same, and was recruiting genius disciples in all the major heaven islands. Then it's so boring for me to be alone. Sister Hui can only come to see me every few days. You have to stay with me for a while. Ning Shuofei pouted. The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was just the 2 of them again. Didn't feel bad at all. Lin Yi nodded. To be honest, he was worried about leaving Ning Shuofei alone. He could only stay and observe for a while to make sure there were no problems here. Only then could he leave with peace of mind. Lin Yi, you're the best. Ning Shuofei giggled. Her eyes turned into crescents as she intimately hugged Lin Yi's arm. A few months ago, she never thought that she would really be together with Lin Yi. But now, the 2 of them had already decided on a status. It was really hard to predict, but she liked it. A soft and bouncy feeling came from his arm. Smelling the girl's pure body fragrance, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little restless. Although this lass always gave people the feeling that she was a child who couldn't grow up, not to mention that her capital wasn't small, she was also a little demon who could tempt people to death. The 2 of them were flirting. Lin Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of a person poking his head out of the door. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the 2 of them. Holding a delicate little box in her hand, she asked, "Is this Miss Ning Shuofei?" "It's me. What can I do for you?" Ning Shuofei and Lin Yi looked at each other. "The old shopkeeper of the Eastern Chamber of Commerce asked me to give you a present. He said that it's a late birthday present, so please accept it." Qian Rui calmly handed the box over to Ning Shuofei. Eastern Commerce? Ning Shuofei could not help but feel a little surprised. She had heard from her mother that this was an extremely powerful super chamber of commerce, but its activities had always been limited to the Eastern continent. Therefore, it wasn't very well known on the other Heaven Stage Islands, but it was a colossus in the Eastern continent. Ning Shuofei had never heard that West Island had a relationship with this Eastern Chamber of Commerce. But since it had sent a gift to her, it was not good to refuse it directly. Maybe it wanted to build a good relationship and was ready to expand. Having such a super chamber of commerce was good for West Island, so she had to accept the gift. In that case, please thank the old shopkeeper for me. I will visit him in person when I have the chance. Ning Shuefei nodded slightly. In front of outsiders, she still behaved appropriately. After all, it was related to the image of the whole West Island, so she could not be careless. Okay, then I'll leave now. Qianrui smiled slightly. He immediately turned around and left the newcomer yard. When he passed the gate, he couldn't help but raise a proud smile, because he had seen a white shadow quickly approaching from the corner of his eye. Everything was going according to plan. After watching Qianrui go out, Ning Shuefei opened the box with great interest. Looking at the milky white elixir in it, she suddenly jumped with excitement. As an alchemist, Linny couldn't tell what elixir it was, but she recognized it at a glance. Beauty elixir. This is the legendary beauty elixir. 7th grade beauty elixir? Linny looked at it and was slightly surprised. This was really a big deal. In the market, it was a priceless thing. No matter how many spiritual jades you had, you might not be able to buy it. At this moment, a white figure jumped over the wall and came behind them in an instant. He instantly appeared behind the two of them and stretched out his hand to grab Ning Shuefei. His target was the beauty pill in her hand. Ning Shuefei was shocked. She was immersed in the excitement of getting the beauty elixir at the moment, and she didn't expect that someone would suddenly attack her from behind. This was Shangyun College. Who was so bold to make trouble in such a place? Of course, with Ning Shuefei's strength, even if she was prepared, she couldn't react at all. Fortunately, Linny was beside her. At the moment when this person jumped over the wall, Linny had already noticed it. Go away. Facing the white figure who suddenly appeared, Linny didn't hesitate to use 1,000 legs of frenzy. Before the white figure could touch a hair of Ning Shuefei, Linny directly kicked her back. The white-clothed figure grunted. Logically speaking, if the ambush didn't work, the person should escape as quickly as possible. After all, causing trouble in a place like this wouldn't end well. However, this person uncharacteristically stopped. Linny's 1,000 fiery kicks only forced her back, and didn't injure her. Who are you? Linny looked at the person coldly. To his surprise, judging from the figure and temperament, this person was actually a woman. However, her face was tightly covered with a white cloth, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. Linny couldn't see what she looked like exactly. Hand over the beauty elixir. Yang Qianxue didn't even look at Linny. She just stared at the box in Ning Shuefei's hand, which contained the beauty elixir that she dreamed of. Who are you? Why? Hearing this, Ning Shuefei was immediately unhappy. Although with her appearance and temperament she didn't need this kind of thing at all, this thing was like super cosmetics. No woman would easily take it out and give it to someone, let alone a stranger who came with bad intentions. After all, no one would refuse to make themselves more beautiful. Leave now, or don't blame me for being too harsh. Lin Yi's face also became cold. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind asking the whole story. But now Ning Shuefei had just entered Soaring Cloud Academy, and on the second day, someone came to make trouble unscrupulously. If he didn't be harsh, he didn't know how many troubles would be waiting for Ning Shuefei after he left. Chapter 4794. The surrounding flowers and trees were even covered with a thick layer of white frost, which was a terrible sign of an approaching blizzard. This woman's strength was not simple. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. The effect of this world of ice and snow was not only freezing the surrounding environment, but the most terrible thing was that even the blood flowing in his body showed a faint sign of freezing. Although it was not completely frozen, the speed of true qi circulation was still inevitably affected, and he could only exert 80% of his strength at most. Even Lin Yi was like this. If it was someone else, it would only be worse. Maybe they wouldn't even be able to exert half of their strength. In front of this woman, masters of the same level were completely beaten up by her. Xiangyun Academy was really full of geniuses. In an instant, Yang Qianxue had turned into a snow shadow and appeared next to Ning Shuefei again. Just like before, neither Lin Yi nor Ning Shuefei was her target. From the beginning to the end, she just wanted to grab the beauty pill. And she didn't care about anything else. Get out. Lin Yi glanced at this woman coldly. Even if the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated, she was only at the peak of Yuanying stage after all. For him, who could instantly kill a master of the profound ascending stage, no matter how strong a peak of Yuanying stage was, it would not pose any threat to him. Lin Yi raised his hand and unleashed a fiery fist before he even finished his sentence. A fiery shadow appeared out of nowhere, forcing the opponent back once more. Even the ice and snow around him melted at the same time. It didn't matter when or where, the fact that fire could subdue ice would never change. Yang Qianshua's expression changed, and she finally looked at Lin Yi seriously. Previously, she found that this guy was only at the middle stage of Yuanying stage, so she didn't take him seriously, but she didn't expect that this person's strength was so strong that he could easily break her ice and snow domain. I only want the beauty pill, I don't want to hurt anyone, don't force me. Because of the serious injury, Yang Qianshua's voice was obviously a little hoarse and weak. Only then did Lin Yi notice the abnormality of the opponent's state. Logically speaking, if a master at the peak of Yuanying stage was seriously injured, he shouldn't have such strong strength, unless the opponent was a freak like him, but it didn't seem like it. There was only one possibility. Before the injury, the opponent's strength was far above the peak of the nascent soul realm. In other words, he was at least a mysterious ascending stage master. This discovery made Lin Yi secretly speechless. Even if the other party was a profound ascending stage master, he wouldn't be so unreasonable as to rush over to snatch the beauty pill, right? Turning his head to look at Ning Xuefei, who was hugging the beauty pill tightly in her arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Lin Yi was instantly speechless. In the face of the temptation of the beauty pill, women really couldn't be measured with common sense. You're here to snatch something, and you're telling me not to force you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. No matter who Ning Xuefei was, no matter what difficulties she had, there was no room for negotiation. If Ning Xuefei didn't like this kind of thing, she wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Soaring Cloud Academy in the future. Then don't blame me. Anger flashed in Yang Qianshua's eyes, and the surrounding temperature dropped again, much more fiercely than before. Just now, the flowers and trees were only covered with frost, but now icicles were directly hanging down. If there was no Zhanqi to protect the body, ordinary people couldn't hold on here for even a minute. At the same time, Yang Qianshua made another move. Her figure disappeared into the world of ice and snow, and her whole body seemed to evaporate into thin air. Not only could she not be found by the naked eye, but even the divine sense couldn't detect her for a while. Lin Yi couldn't help but show a trace of a dignified expression. He didn't expect this woman to have such a clever method. She could even hide from his divine sense. She was really not simple. However, Lin Yi still found some clues. This world of ice and snow actually couldn't really isolate the divine sense like the sea fog or the miasma. As long as he was willing, his divine sense could still be used here without any hindrance, but there was no way to detect the other party. This was actually a smokescreen, but ordinary smokescreen could only deceive the vision, but this smokescreen before him was very clever, and it could even deceive the divine sense. To put it bluntly, this was an extremely clever psychological suggestion. It would only make you pay attention to the things that it wanted you to pay attention to, but make you subconsciously ignore the things that it really wanted to hide. After figuring this out, Lin Yi's heart instantly calmed down. Although he still couldn't lock onto the woman's position for a while, as long as he eliminated the places that his divine sense had swept past, the remaining places would definitely have places where the other party was hiding. Moreover, there was one more thing that could be used. Since the other party's target was the beauty pill in Ning Xuefei's hands, then she would definitely wait for an opportunity to snatch it. Combining this with his deduction, it wouldn't be difficult to deduce the other party's hiding place. Frenzy 8 Trigram Palm. Without any warning, Lin Yi suddenly attacked the right rear. Ning Xuefei looked back in confusion, and her eyes immediately widened. After being swept by Lin Yi's palm, a wretched figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. Yang Qianshua was sent flying, and then she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Injuries on top of injuries, her face became even paler, and her gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with shock and disbelief. Ah! Ning Xuefei suddenly cried out, and even Lin Yi's expression changed. The two of them looked at Yang Qianshua at this moment speechless. The white cloth on the other party's face had been scraped off by the true chi just now, and shockingly revealed a hideous face riddled with holes. Linny couldn't help but frown. No wonder the other party would disregard everything to come and snatch the beauty pill. From the looks of it, her face should have been deliberately destroyed by someone. First, it was permeated by poison, and then it was roasted by raging fire. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been reduced to this hideous appearance. Only now did Yang Qianxue realize that her face wasn't covered at all. Her entire person instantly screamed madly as if she had been stimulated, and she fell to the ground in a panic as she retreated repeatedly. She was even more terrified than Ning Xuefei, who had been frightened by her. She had become a completely crazy woman, and there was not the slightest trace of the aura of an expert from before. Ning Xuefei was so frightened that she hid behind Lin Yi. Looking at the woman's eyes in front of her, she couldn't bear to look at this woman in front of her. After thinking for a moment, she took out the beauty pill and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Why don't you give it to her?" After all, she was a kind-hearted girl. She naturally wouldn't allow the other party to directly snatch it, but now that she saw the other party in such a pitiful and disheveled state, Ning Xuefei really couldn't bear to do it. Besides, this beauty pill wasn't of much use to her. At most, it would just be the icing on the cake, but to this person it was a life-saving straw. Chapter 4795. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't toss the pill at himself. He might be pitiful, but he wasn't so unprincipled that he'd go along with the guy's every whim. There was only one thing he adhered to, and that was that no matter what they did, they had to pay the price. Since they dared to steal something in broad daylight, they had to be prepared for it. "Who are you?" Lin Yi asked again. Before figuring out the whole story, he wouldn't throw the beauty pill over even if he felt pity. Yang Qianxue turned a deaf ear to this, still crying in panic. She seemed to have lost her soul, and it seemed that she couldn't communicate at all. Lin Yi sighed, motioned Ning Xuefei to step aside, and immediately went forward to stabilize this woman. With his means, he couldn't guarantee anything else, but it shouldn't be difficult to temporarily stabilize the other's emotions. However, before Lin Yi got close, the jade pendant was alerted, and suddenly there was a furious scolding from above. "You're courting death." An incomparably majestic chi pressed down, and Lin Yi was shocked. Even he might not be able to withstand such strength. Fortunately, the warning of the jade pendant gave him time to react in advance, and he immediately used the super butterfly microstep to retreat, barely escaping. Looking up, standing in front of Lin Yi at this time was a slender young man with a cold temperament. Yang Qianxue, who had lost her soul, was already in his arms. Although she still let out a few panic screams from time to time, it was obvious that she had calmed down a lot. Seemed that the two should be a couple. "You hurt Qianxue?" The young man looked at Lin Yi coldly. His eyes were like knives, making people feel a stabbing pain. "Yes," she inexplicably rushed in to steal the beauty pill. "I naturally had to fight back." Lin Yi looked at this person with a faint fear in his eyes. Just now, the chi that fell from the sky had already let him judge that the other party was a profound ascension early stage master, but definitely not an ordinary profound ascension early stage master. With Lin Yi's current strength, let alone a profound ascension early stage master, even a peak profound ascension early stage master could be easily killed, but facing this person he didn't have the confidence to win. Lin Yi roughly estimated that this person's true strength was at least equivalent to profound ascension late stage, or even stronger. Beauty pill. The young man's expression changed slightly. He looked at the box in Lin Yi's hand, and then looked down at Yang Qianxue, who was shivering in his arms. He suddenly said, "Give me the beauty pill, and today's matter will be written off." Lin Yi froze, speechless as he looked at the man and woman who were hugging each other. As expected, the woman was trying to take the beauty pill away from him. It was understandable, considering what she'd been through, but the man was acting like this. Was there no normal person in Soaring Cloud Academy? Lin Yi froze, speechless as he looked at the man and woman who were hugging each other. "Sir, you don't seem to understand the situation?" "That's right, I did injure her, but she was the one who tried to snatch the item first. At most we can call it even. Why should I give you the beauty pill?" Lin Yi was also a person with a temper. If the other party spoke politely, with his ability, he would be able to restore this woman's appearance even without the beauty pill. However, if she used force, Then there was nothing much to say. I'll say it again. Give me the beauty pill, and today's matter will be written off. The young man continued to speak indifferently. It seemed that he was not going to reason at all. Of course, if he really wanted to reason, the reason was indeed not on his side. So there is no room for negotiation? Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. The box containing the beauty pill in his hand disappeared in an instant under the young man's nose. He said lightly, "Please go back. By the way, pity is not a bargaining chip to threaten others. She is pitiful to be disfigured like this, but what's the big deal? Who are you saying is pitiful?" The young man's cold temperament suddenly became a little more angry. "Haven't you heard it, Lung Rufin? In this guy's eyes, you two are two pitiful worms, ha ha ha." Suddenly, Ren Zhongyuan's laughter came from the gate of the courtyard, and then he walked in carelessly, followed by Yi Xiaotian and the others. Seeing these people appear, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. Thinking back, he felt that today's matter was a little strange. Could it be that these guys were behind it? Is it you guys who are behind it? Lung Rufin's gaze suddenly turned to Ren Zhongyuan and the others with an unfriendly expression. Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian were shocked at the same time. They appeared just to add fuel to the fire and enjoy Lin Yi's deflated expression. It couldn't be that the case was solved so quickly, right? Behind it? What the hell? We just heard someone screaming and rushed over to watch the show. Lung, don't casually slander good people. I advise you to focus on dealing with this brat who hit your woman. He's very strong. Ren Zhongyuan calmly tried to clear his name. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lung Rufin's gaze fell on Lin Yi again. Just now, this sentence was just a casual test. Whether there was someone behind it or not, it was a fact that this guy had hit Yang Qianxue. He saw it with his own eyes. Just based on this guy already deserved to die. Lung Rufin, I heard that you have been looking for beauty elixir and Thunderxian pill all over the world recently. It seems that you have found the right person. This guy has both things. I have already reminded you to this point, so you can do as you see fit. Yi Xiaotian instigated at the right time. You have Thunderxian pill? Lung Rufin's eyes shrank. Even in the resource-rich East Continent College, things like Thunderxian pill were not easy to get. Because of its practicality, it was the rarest of all the 7th grade elixirs. A Thunderxian pill casually released on the market would face at least hundreds of times more competitors than the beauty elixir. I'm not sure if he has refined the Thunderxian pill, but this guy got a whole Thunderxian vine during the trial in West Island, so he became the son-in-law of West Island. If you can get the Thunderxian vine from him, give me half, and I can ask my father to refine it into a Thunderxian pill for you. Ren Zhongyuan said with a smile. He could punish Lin Yi and get the Thunderxian vine at the same time, which was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Being instigated by these two people, Lung Rufin, who had the intention to attack Lin Yi, suddenly became more determined. He was not a good person. For Yang Qianxue, he could be the enemy of the whole world, let alone the son-in-law of West Island, who he did not know at all. However, Lung Rufin did not attack immediately, but said to Lin Yi, I want the beauty elixir and the Thunderxian vine. Name your price. Chapter 4796. I'm sorry, I won't sell either of these things. Lin Yi said lightly. The other party didn't look like he was here to talk business, but to force him to buy or sell. With his temper, it would be impossible for him to agree. Ren Zhongyuan and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that Lin Yi had a stubborn temper, or they would have lost a beauty pill for nothing. You won't sell it? Lung Rufin's face changed. He looked down at Yang Qianxue in his arms with pity, and said with a fierce look, Since you won't sell it, I will beat you until you sell it. Physical fight or civil fight, you choose one. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this battle today. Lin Yi thought of something and said calmly, What about physical fight? What about civil fight? Physical fight is a private fight, and it's up to fate by hook or by crook. I will take the beauty elixir and Thunderxian Rattan after I kill you. As for civil fight, it's a public challenge, and everything will be according to the rules of the challenge. If you lose, you must hand over these two things. Lung Rufin looked at Lin Yi and said slowly, Then let's fight. Lin Yi said lightly. He wasn't afraid of any physical fight, but it might involve Ning Xuefei. Even if the possibility was not very high, it was still a hidden danger, and he didn't want Ning Shuofei to be in any danger. "'Kay, then let's do it." Lung Rufin held Yang Qianxue in his arms and turned to leave. Lin Yi's choice saved him a lot of trouble. After all, he was the son-in-law of West Island, and if a private fight killed someone, the higher-ups of the college would definitely not let it go. But since it was a public challenge, there was nothing to say. Even if the Lord of West Island came in person, he had nothing to say. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly stopped, just when everyone thought he was going to regret. He squinted at Lung Rufin and said, "You haven't said what you will do if you lose." "If I lose, I can't hand over the beauty elixir and Thunder Shenrot Tan. And if you lose, nothing will happen, right? Don't be so shameless." "I won't lose." Lung Rufin didn't even look at Lin Yi. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't follow him, he turned around and said, "What do you want?" "My fiancé just so happens to lack a bodyguard." Lin Yi thought for a bit. He had already seen the tip of the iceberg of Lung Rufin's strength. He was indeed a very troublesome enemy, and a man who was infatuated with love was not a bad person. If Ning Shuofei had such a bodyguard by her side, then he could do his own things without worry. Lung Rufin did not object. After a cold snort, Lin Yi immediately took the lead and walked to the arena. This arena was specially designed for the disciples of different academies to fight with each other. Although Lin Yi wasn't a disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy, he had a special identity. Moreover, his opponent was Lung Rufin, so there was no problem with using the arena. Ren Zhongyun, Yi Xiaotian, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Although the two of them unexpectedly chose to fight in public, as long as they fought, their goal had been achieved. After all, even if it was a fight, they could still kill each other. When they arrived at their destination, the originally lively arena suddenly quieted down, and even the people who had arranged to fight in the arena stopped spontaneously. They all looked at Lung Rufin in awe. This was the undefeated legend of the arena, and the longest winning record in the arena was created by him. Lung Rufin had fought his way up step by step from being unknown to being famous all over the world. He was in this place. He was the invincible god. The two of them walked to the largest arena in the middle one after another, and the news that Lung Rufin had arranged to fight with someone spread like wildfire. Soon, a large number of spectators gathered in the arena, and all of them were inquiring about the background of Lin Yi. When they heard that this person was the son-in-law of West Island, the atmosphere suddenly became more and more enthusiastic. The cold-faced machete god against the son-in-law of West Island, which was a natural and huge gimmick. That was to say, this place did not charge tickets, otherwise it would at least be a very considerable astronomical income. "Lin Yi, you have to be careful." Ning Shuofei leaned under the arena and shouted. She didn't know how strong Lung Rufin was. She only knew that Lin Yi was very strong. In terms of confidence, she was more than Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi smiled and gave her a reassuring look, but when he turned his head to face Lung Rufin, his expression suddenly became serious and dignified. He obviously didn't do anything, but he made him feel a lot of pressure. This guy was really extraordinary. While the two of them were confronting each other, people on the sidelines had spontaneously lit a stick of incense for them. The winner would be decided within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. This was the conventional rule. "Then let's start," Lung Rufin said as he walked towards Lin Yi. He didn't release any aura, nor did he use any martial skills. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of pure energy. He just walked towards Lin Yi like that. Was he underestimating the enemy? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that the opponent was already within 3 steps, he did not dare to hesitate. He raised his hand and used a Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Although this was not his strongest martial arts skill now, it was the most convenient martial arts skill to use, and it was enough to pose a threat to the masters of the profound ascending stage. In the face of the Raging Fire of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm, Lung Rufin's body still did not have any fluctuations of genuine qi. He just raised his hand into the shape of a palm blade. With a light wave, the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm was suddenly smashed out of thin air. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he watched, and the crowd was boiling. Ren Zhongyun patted Yi Xiaotian's shoulder excitedly and said, "The one surnamed Lung is still powerful. This kid can't be his opponent at all. Let's see whether he will be beaten to death or beaten half to death today." Whether Lin Yi died or not, Ren Zhongyuan could vent the anger in his heart. Evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. Whether it was Lung Rufin or Lin Yi, they were both thorns in his eyes. A beauty pill could make the two dogs bite each other, and he could also take the opportunity to get the Thunder Xian vine. This business was absolutely profitable. You only have this little strength? Then hurry up and admit defeat, otherwise I'm afraid I can't stop and you will die. Lung Rufin looked at Lin Yi and frowned. Although it was for Yang Qianxue, if he could solve the problem without killing, it would be the best situation. He was not a fool who only knew how to fight and kill. In fact, when he saw Yang Qianxue injured before, he still had some expectations for the strength of Lin Yi. Even if Yang Qianxue's strength was now reduced to the peak of the nascent soul realm, she was still an invincible existence in the nascent soul realm. This kid could hurt her with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, so it should not be easy. But now it seemed that Lung Rufin felt that he was still thinking too much. Yang Qianxue was now mentally injured and unstable. It was not surprising that she was hurt by anyone. It was just this kid's good luck. Chapter 4797. Really? Lung Rufin still didn't intend to attack. He just walked towards Lin Yi step by step. He didn't have a monstrous aura, but he gave people an incomparably terrifying pressure. Every step he took made people's hearts suddenly heavy, and in the end they couldn't even breathe. If it was someone else, they would have already surrendered, but his opponent was Lin Yi. Who was Lin Yi? Even the giant evil cultivators at the opening mountain stage couldn't do anything to him. No matter how powerful Lung Rufin was, he was just a profound ascending stage master. How could Lin Yi retreat because of this pressure? Since the opponent didn't take the initiative to attack, Lin Yi wouldn't be polite to him. The Zhen Qi in his body quickly circulated, and with a thought, he directly used the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist. The huge arena was suddenly covered by the monstrous flame, and there were constantly loud explosions. Even the disciples of Soaring Cloud Academy, who were watching the battle, couldn't help but look at each other. As expected of a person who could become the prince consort of the West Island, he really wasn't simple. With the power of the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist, an ordinary profound ascending stage master wouldn't be able to withstand it, but Lin Yi didn't think that it could cause any decent threat to Lung Rufin. His opponent was a monster who was comparable to a profound ascending stage master. If a Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist could be effective, then it would be too whimsical. With the perfect cover of the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to use the Super Butterfly Micro Steps. His body was like a ghost drifting in the sea of fire. In this way, even if the opponent used his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to easily lock his position. After all, the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist also had quite a hindrance to the use of divine sense. Sure enough, Lung Rufin stood motionless in the center of the explosion. Although the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist couldn't hurt him at all, it still played a perfect cover effect, allowing Lin Yi to sneak behind him without anyone noticing. Amidst the heaven-shaking explosions, there was a deep dragon roar mixed in, an extremely powerful 5-element killing aura, with a hint of the 5-poison flood dragon's shadow, pounced towards Lung Rufin's defenseless back. Done! Lin Yi's spirit was lifted. With the power of his 5 elements murderous qi, any profound ascending stage master would not be able to escape unscathed. This was a killing move that originated from the Sea Fisher stage. Even if Lin Yi could only learn 30% of it, it was not something a master of this level could withstand. However, in the next moment, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The rumbling Raging Flame Thousand explosions stopped abruptly, and the flames that shot up into the sky disappeared as well. The entire arena turned into a world of ice and snow, freezing the blood of the spectators and making it hard for their qi to flow. The effect. Lin Yi. Murderous Lin Yi. Lin. Bai, can and bai, and comma lin comma to say. Lin to bai comma bai I lin comma lin ti. But what shocked Lin Yi the most was not this, but that in his opponent's hand, he was actually holding his 5 elements murderous qi. This guy could actually grab the 5 elements murderous qi with his bare hands. Not bad but useless. Lung Rufin said coldly, and then an almost transparent ice blade suddenly appeared in his other hand. With a silent slash, the 5 elements murderous qi in his hand was directly cut in half, and then disappeared into thin air. Silence. The audience was silent. Lin Yi had seen a lot of strong enemies, but it was the first time he had seen an opponent like Lung Rufin. Even when he was facing the West Mountain Old Master, he was not as shocked as he was now. When facing the West Mountain Old Master, he knew that there was a great disparity in strength, so he felt that it was reasonable for the other party to use any kind of heaven-defying means, but this Lung Rufin was different. Lin Yi thought that he should have the power to fight, but after seeing this shocking scene he suddenly knew that he was thinking too much. In the end his own strength was too low. With a mere Yuanying middle stage, facing a master comparable to the mysterious Ascension late stage, no matter how he looked at it, it was too difficult. If he could win like this, it would be abnormal. But even so, it was impossible for Lin Yi to admit defeat so easily. On the contrary, he was really excited at this time. Some people are weak when they meet strong people, and some people are stronger when they meet strong people. Lin Yi is obviously the latter. Seeing the increasingly turbulent fighting spirit in Lin Yi's eyes, Lung Rufin's expressionless face changed slightly. He slowly raised the ice blade in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yi and said, "Admit defeat or die." Lin Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. The oppression this guy gave before was already terrifying enough. Now that there was an ice blade, this unparalleled pressure increased more than 10 times. It felt like a mountain was pressing on top of his head. Not to mention resisting, it was rare to be able to stabilize his body at this time. Blade momentum. A thought suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's mind. This was the legendary realm that all swordsmen dreamed of. It was different from the aura created by strong qi and strength. Instead, it was purely based on the dedication and understanding of the blade, and forcibly achieved a blade momentum that could fight against heaven and earth. A swordsman paid attention to the unity of man and sword, while a swordsman paid attention to forming a world of their own. Once the blade momentum was formed, no one could resist it. Lin Yi's heart was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be a monster who had cultivated the blade momentum. No wonder he could split the 5 elements of killing intent with one strike. How could he still fight? Seeing that Lin Yi was unwilling to admit defeat, Lung Rufin did not have the patience to continue to wait. Without saying anything, he slashed with his blade. The ice blade that was originally only a few feet long, when it reached Lin Yi's head, it had grown into a giant blade that was several feet long. Ning Xuefei, who was in the audience, suddenly turned pale with fright. If this continued, Lin Yi's whole body would be cut in half. Fortunately, this extremely dangerous scene did not last for too long. When Ning Xuefei looked at the stage again through the gap between her fingers, Lin Yi had already flashed 10 feet away. It seemed that he should be safe. A little interesting. Lung Rufin suddenly looked up at Lin Yi. No one knew the power of the world of ice and snow better than him. This kind of environment could be said to limit the function of the body to an abnormal level, coupled with the destructive power of the blade. Not to mention a trivial nascent soul stage master. Even a profound ascending stage master of the same level would not be able to move. However, unexpectedly, the speed that Lin Yi showed just now was still very impressive. It seemed that there was not much difference from before. This was really incredible. Chapter 4798. Lin Yi could only keep a distance from his opponent. His mind was quickly thinking of countermeasures. This opponent who had mastered the blade force was really not easy to deal with. Even his strongest 5 elements killing aura could not do anything to him, let alone his other moves. Even if he found another good opportunity like the one just now, it would be difficult to pose a real threat. At this time Lung Rufin was closing in step by step. The ice blade in his hand had unknowingly become even more spectacular and terrifying. It had now reached a length of 10 feet, and could easily sweep through half the arena. Even if Lin Yi was fast, it would still be difficult for him to dodge. Seeing that the other party was about to slash at him again, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Just now, he had managed to escape by catching him off guard. If he were to attack again, he might not be able to escape unscathed. At this critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Got it. Without waiting for Lung Rufin to chop down with his saber again, a blue electric arc suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. This scene startled Lung Rufin. His saber technique was already complete. He was not afraid of anything except this lightning martial technique. Because whether it was the surrounding world of ice and snow or the ice blade in his hand, they were all good carriers for the lightning. He could cut through the 5 elements of murderous aura with one slash, but he couldn't cut through the lightning with one slash. That would only cause the lightning to reach him faster. This kid's tricks were endless. For the first time, Lung Rufin started to take Lin Yi seriously. If Lin Yi had used a lightning martial technique from the start, then even if Lin Yi could not contend against him head-on, he would at least be able to put up a fight and not end up in such a sorry state. Looking at the electric arcs jumping in Lin Yi's palm, Lung Rufin's first reaction was to withdraw his blade. The huge ice blade in his hand could greatly suppress Lin Yi, but it was also a natural target. Lin Yi didn't even need to attack him. As long as the electric arcs landed on the huge ice blade, he would definitely be hit. That was what Lin Yi was thinking. A blue light flashed across the air, and the electric arc jumped onto the ice blade. At the same time, however, Lung Rufin's reaction shocked Lin Yi. He didn't throw the ice blade away, but swung it at Lin Yi without a care in the world, as if he was putting his life on the line. What a ruthless man! Lin Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his extreme butterfly subtle steps to avoid it. However, this ice blade was too big, especially with the restriction of the edge of the arena. With Lin Yi's current speed, it was impossible for him to avoid it completely. Even if he could barely avoid the main body of the ice blade, he couldn't avoid the terrible saber momentum that followed. Boom! Lin Yi was instantly crushed to the ground by the saber force, creating a human-shaped pit. He then spat out a large mouthful of blood, suffering serious internal injuries. At the same time, Lung Rufin was also hit. The power of thunder and lightning flowed through the giant ice blade and instantly invaded his body. His whole body suddenly felt numb, and his ice-cold expression, which had never changed for tens of thousands of years, became much more interesting. However, after a while, when the power of thunder and lightning on his body dissipated, Lung Rufin did not fall down. Except that his body was still a little numb, he was basically uninjured. Looking at Lin Yi, who was crushed to the ground by his saber momentum, he said coldly, "It's a pity that the only move you can use to deal with me is so weak." He was not as weak as Kong Ming Ming, nor was he trapped in an iron shell like Kong Ming Ming. In the past, Lin Yi could electrocute Kong Ming Ming half to death with all his strength, but now when he used it on Lung Rufin, it could only be regarded as a tickle at most. Hearing Lung Rufin's words, Lin Yi, who was pressed to the ground by the saber momentum and spat out blood, could not help but smile bitterly. Since he mastered the power of thunder and lightning in the trial of West Island, he had never had a chance to practice it well. During this period of time, he had made no progress. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. If he had known this earlier, he should not have been busy controlling the ancient battleship during the month at sea. If he had focused on practicing the power of thunder and lightning, it might have worked wonders. However, it was too late to think more. Lung Rufin walked to Lin Yi again, and the cold tip of the saber was right on Lin Yi's forehead. He gave an ultimatum: admit defeat or die. Lin Yi grinned, but before he could speak, someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed, "The incense stick has been extinguished." The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was up, and according to the rules, the battle should end here. Of course, this was not an official competition, and it was up to the two people in the stands to decide whether to follow the rules or not. As long as Lung Rufin was willing, no one would say anything if he continued to slash like this. However, Lung Rufin did not mean to kill him. The surrounding ice and snow quietly disappeared, and the ice saber against Lin Yi's forehead also disappeared. He said expressionlessly, "You have lost. Hand over the beauty elixir and the thunder Xian Rot Tan." Lin Yi smiled and struggled to get up from the ground. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked off the stage. Lung Rufin frowned and was about to stop him. However, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at him seriously. "Which eye of yours saw me lose? Did you kill me, or did I admit defeat?" "You." Lung Rufin was speechless for a moment. Even a blind man present could tell who won and who lost, but he had to admit that Lin Yi's words made sense. Since he did not die and did not admit defeat, then who said that Lin Yi must have lost? But no matter how he looked at it, Lin Yi was acting shamelessly. Lung Rufin was not a man of principle. If the other party wanted to act shamelessly, he did not mind fighting privately. Acting shamelessly in front of absolute strength was courting death. However, what Linny said next made him dispel this idea. Let's continue tomorrow. Linny waved his hand with difficulty. Then he carried Ning Xuefei and limped away under everyone's gaze. Lung Rufin stood on the stage and looked deeply at Linny without saying a word. Then he jumped off the stage and left with Yang Qianxue, who had put on her veil again. What the hell is Ling doing? This guy is inexplicably soft-hearted. Just now, he directly killed Linny with a saber. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Ren Zhong'an saw this scene and was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. He paid the price of a beauty elixir not to see these two people appreciate each other and stop when the time was right. He was looking forward to a fight to the death. He did not expect this result. Chapter 4799. That's right. It's best if both sides are injured and die together, and then we can get back all the beauty pills and the thunder mysterious rattan. That will be a big profit. Ren Zhongyuan sneered. I don't think so. With Lin Yi's strength, he can't pose any threat to Lung Rufin at all. Today he was beaten in his best state. What's more, he will be injured tomorrow. I think even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Yi Xiaotian analyzed. Die. Just die quickly. Ren Zhongyuan cursed with a vicious face. How are you? Do you want me to go to Master for help? After Ning Xuefei helped Lin Yi back to the room of the newcomer's courtyard, she looked at Lin Yi's pale face with a worried face. She regretted it now. If she had known this from the beginning, she would have given the beauty pills to that woman. In this way there would not have been so many things later, and Lin Yi would not have been injured. No, this little injury is not a problem. Have you forgotten my self-healing ability? Lin Yi looked a little tired, but he still forced a smile and told Ning Xuefei to rest assured. Oh. Ning Xuefei nodded again and again. Since Lin Yi could even survive the fatal injury in the trial of West Island, this injury was really not a big deal. However, Lin Yi was simply holding on at this time. This injury was far less serious than the one in the trial of West Island, and there was no wound on the surface, but in fact, he had been seriously injured inside. Otherwise, he would not have spat out several mouthfuls of blood just now. After all, Lung Rufin's knife was not so easy to bear. You go out first. I have to close myself to heal. Tomorrow I have to deal with that guy. Lin Yi smiled at Ning Xuefei with difficulty. Ning Xuefei wanted to persuade Lin Yi to give up on the challenge, but now was not the time to talk. She could only nod and say, all right then. You heal yourself first. If there's anything, call me. I'll be waiting outside. Ning Xuefei stayed outside for the whole night. She was lying on the table in a daze and didn't even realize that she was picked up. She only woke up when she was placed on the bed. She opened her eyes in a daze and said in surprise, Lin Yi, are your injuries healed? It's all done. Lin Yi smiled. Although he had been shaken by the saber yesterday, it was not a fatal injury. As long as he could recover, the other minor injuries could be easily healed. Great. Ning Xuefei was so excited that she jumped up from the bed and hugged Lin Yi like an octopus. The girl's soft and supple body made Lin Yi confused, especially when the girl's clothes were disheveled. At this moment, if he looked down, he would see things that he shouldn't see. This early in the morning was enough to make his blood boil. Cough, cough. At this moment, a few awkward coughs came from the door. Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei were scared and quickly separated. They turned around and saw that Chen Xingma had walked in. At this moment, the elegant and intellectual vice dean had a shy blush on her face. She had gone out to do something yesterday, and had only just returned to the academy. After hearing about the battle between Lin Yi and Lung Rufin, she rushed over. She didn't expect to see the two of them hugging each other like glue. It was as if she had bumped into a happy couple. Although she was experienced, she still couldn't help but blush. Master, you're back. Ning Xuefei quickly tidied up her clothes and ran over to greet her. Vice Dean Chen. Lin Yi also cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, I heard that you're going to fight Lung Rufin today. Are you confident? In order to cover up the awkwardness, Chen Xingma went straight to the point. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. At this time there was no need to put on airs. He could only honestly say, to be honest, I really don't have much confidence. Chen Xingma had already guessed that this would be the case. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to be Lung Rufeng's opponent. Even if they were both super geniuses who could challenge above their level, their strength was on a completely different level. If Lin Yi could still defeat Lung Rufeng, then it was simply heaven-defying. Then do you still want to go? Chen Xingma looked at Lin Yi and said, I don't need to say more about the principle of being flexible. Even if it's for Feifei, you have to endure this. Lin Yi, why don't you listen to Master? Ning Xuefei pleaded. Her poor strength didn't mean that she had poor judgment. What's more, in the situation yesterday, everyone could see the gap in strength between them. Besides, with yesterday's experience, Lung Rufeng would definitely not show mercy this time, and it was very likely that he would kill on the spot. Lin Yi looked at Chen Xingma and then at Ning Xuefei, who was nervous. He couldn't help but smile and said, For Feifei, I can't avoid this fight today. Otherwise, it will not only ruin my own reputation, but also the reputation of the whole West Island. But Ning Xuefei still wanted to persuade him. Although she was the princess of West Island, in fact, the reputation of West Island was far less important than Lin Yi in her eyes. As long as Lin Yi was fine, it didn't matter if his reputation was damaged. Don't worry. It's one thing to accept the challenge, but it's another thing to win. There's no rule that you have to win the fight, right? If the situation is not good, I will admit defeat. Lung Rufeng just wants the beauty elixir and the Thunder Xian Rattan. If it's not necessary, he won't kill me. Lin Yi comforted her. Ning Xuefei and Chen Xingma looked at each other. It was true. As long as Lin Yi was willing to admit defeat, his life would be safe, and it wouldn't affect the reputation of West Island. It was natural for Yuanying and Xiansheng to lower their heads. Well, then you must be careful. Don't force yourself. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Even if we can't win this time, we will definitely beat him next time. Ning Xuefei held Lin Yi's arm and said, Well, I know. After Lin Yi nodded to Chen Xingma beside him, he immediately set out for the arena. He was not only fearless but also a little impatient. It was rare for him to meet such a powerful opponent like Lung Rufeng. After experiencing yesterday's crushing defeat, his blood was once again boiling. Some people were born to fight, and a strong opponent could not make him afraid but excited. When the three of them arrived at the arena, they were surprised by the scene in front of them. It was just the morning when the sun had just risen, but the arena was already crowded with people. Lung Rufeng had been waiting for a long time on the main arena. Obviously, the audience under the arena came